Hello, everybody. How you doing? Happy Friday evening. Good to see so many beautiful Snetheads in the house. We're up over 1,000 on 4 platforms: D Live and Twitch under the Indoctrination, no space, and YouTube under the Indoctrination, and YouTube under Dave Sned. Still banned from Facebook on all 3 platforms. So I hope you found your way here. And I also hope that you are finding ways to break the habit with Facebook, because Facebook is, let's just say Facebook is going in the wrong direction, right? Pretty safe to say, right? That Facebook is the belly of the beast, if you will. Now, I don't recommend we leave Facebook because that's the battlefield. And 17 told us, stay on the battlefield, right? So we don't want to leave there, but we don't want to try to avoid giving them any money, allowing the clicks on ads that pop up and things like that. So welcome everybody. It is Friday night. I'm so glad that you're deciding to spend this particular time in your life tonight and on this Friday, fabulous Friday. What a week we've had, yeah? What an incredible week. And I just got to say this. First of all, how are we going to look back on this time, right? When we look back on this moment in time, we're going to be asking each other, what were you doing? What were you doing, right? And there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be very embarrassed with that answer that they would give. And those are pretty much the people that are trying to embarrass us now with our crazy conspiracy theories and our, the comments about the things that are going on. And it was a bizarre week. And whether you're, pro Biden, pro Harris, or anti Biden, anti Harris, wow, what a show that we've been witnessing. And it's unbelievable. Happy birthday, Pete. Is it Pete Palma's birthday? Or is it Quasi Pete's birthday? Quasi Pete, it's your birthday? All right, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Quasi Pete. Happy birthday, my main man in Twitch. Happy birthday to you. Quasi Pete is old school, OG Snedhead. So honored to call you friend, and happy birthday. Happy birthday. Thanks for letting me, giving me that heads up. Grammy Sue, Dave, you look great. Thank you. I put on a nice shirt today and wore my jacket. I had that interview with Craig Allen Campbell for Apocalypse TV, and I gave you guys the wrong link for that. I'll have to give you the other link. I'll show you here in a second. But that was. But yeah, I'll show you here in a minute. So folks, the things that are unveiling themselves to us, the things that are unfolding, is becoming easier and easier to see for some of us, for those of us who are not asleep at the wheel here. And so we're seeing just incredible things, and we're going to get into some of those incredible things here tonight. We're going to do a few dives on some comms, and also we're going to answer some questions. Thank you, Lloyd. Appreciate you. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah, so, Mick, just they had to turn off comments on YouTube and things because they're just social media is destroying Biden Harris, folks. Um, uh, I didn't see that. Someone's blowing things up in California, Shelby. What's going on? What's going on? Thank you, Pat. Appreciate it. You're welcome, Lisa. I'm glad you guys like it when I dress up. It's a rarity. I mean, considering half my waking life I'm in front of you, it seems. I gotta be comfortable, right? So, but every once in a while, I'll clean up for you. All right, I promise. I promise. Yeah, let me find out what's going on in California. Let me bring the restream up here too, so I have you guys in chat over here, so I can click on links that you send me. All righty. How's everyone feeling? Like, the scale from 1 to 100, 100 being fabulous, 1 being really, really not good. Excuse me. Um, have you seen the Castle Rock video by Scott Mar 10 on YouTube? No, Lynette. But we have talked about the Castle Rock, and I'm going to get into a little bit of that tonight, and maybe we'll pull that up. How long is that, Scott? Scott Mar 10. I think I know him on YouTube. I think I follow him, don't I? Let me see. Is it Scott Martin or Scott Mar 10? I think it's Martin. We'll see. No, I don't know. I don't know the link. So a lot of hundreds, a lot of 110%. Happy birthday, Beth. Which Beth's birthday tonight, guys? Hi, Scott. Scott, yeah, thanks for letting me see that. We got some 89, some 50. The Patriot Mom, 90.99. D, was that D with 9? 99.9. Sean, August Girl, 85. Fabulous. Awesome. 80, 90. Somewhere in the 30s. Chaotic, 1776. No reason to be in the 30s, but thanks for being honest. When I don't know. I can't say that because I don't know what's going on with you. But I guess when it comes to, I think, what we're dealing with, like, that's what I mean, right? Because that's what I kind of have a handle on. I don't have a handle on your life. Tammy's at 60, 69. Okay. Judy, will you marry me? I have my first proposal, folks, from Judy. Thank you, Judy. I am taken. I am touched, and I think I'm blushing because I feel like I am. That's fantastic. Thank you. I'm honored. Let's see. Julie didn't get the notification, huh? Okay. Esley, 75% under promise and over deliver. I love it. Greg Gates, 99.9% like COVID-19 recovery. That's great. Short show tonight, Dave. 1,000%. Let's do it. Yeah, 100%. Ernie, I sent one to Dave. What did you send me, Ernie? I'll check it out. Yes. Which Beth, by the way? Which Beth birthday? Happy birthday, Beth. I just like to know who I'm singing to or saying hi to. All right. 420 Wild Dragon, 100% high. Well, you better be. Sandy Root, 100 million. Wow, fantastic. Yes, awesome. Bitman, 11.1. Feeling better soon. All right, cool. Hey, so 100% club, fantastic, guys. 0, Nancy. No, that was Wildflower. What's going on? What's going on with the 0? Feel free to talk about it. By the way, guys, I want you to be honest, right? If you're feeling like a 25 or 0, absolutely drop that. But I do want to say that that I am feeling. Let me see. I'd say I'm at 95. I got a bit of a headache and I'm a bit tired from a long week. Connie, thank you. You're so cute, Dave. Lisa, Uncle Dave, how are you, Lisa? Um, and uh, and so I was blushing, wasn't I? Yeah, Robin, I'll make a movie together. We're basically doing it. Kathy is meh. Um, so okay, Jane, you haven't lost your country. I promise you. I'm sorry about losing your husband of 45 years in November, though. That's tragic, and I know. Wow, can't imagine. Oh, the Castle Rock video. Thank you, Ernie. I'll check that out. If it's not too long, I'll play it if you guys want me to. Um, and we've got some stuff on Castle Rock, obviously. Yeah, Sandy, I'm glad you mentioned the palindrome days. I'm going to go over that, and I'll also tell you something else. I'll read it now. Actually, I'll go into this right away. Um, I so you guys are aware of what a palindrome is, right? That letters that go forward and backwards, right? So 10 palindrome days, 120, 21, right? So if you go backwards, it's 120, 21, 121, 21, okay? 122, 21. If you go backwards, it's 122, right? Or one, yeah, 122, 21, right? So these 10 days, all the way up to 129.21, okay, are palindromes. And this inauguration was the first in U.S. history on a palindrome day. Sandy, I didn't know that, so thank you for that. So check this out. So earlier today, I was looking up the palindromes, and I went to Gematria, and I thought, well, just for the heck of it, let me put in the palindrome. All right. I was on my other computer, so I got to redo it. Palindrome, and so I looked that up, and Jewish Gematria was God's odds, God is coming, in the garden. Few things, scarlet, few things, but nothing really stuck out to me. So I went down to the English. Let me read the English to you. Joseph Biden, Satan's name Lucifer, Biden children, Biden Harris, Joe Biden kids, Mark of Mark, Devil Satan, Satan NWO, as in New World Order, Satan 1, Trump ahead, I'm sorry, I missed one, God on earth, that's a big one, Aquarius, we're entering the age of Aquarius, right? Show odds, Castle Rock, 20, Apostles, George Bush, Quantum, we think that we're entering the quantum financial system, and we're also entering a quantum system of voting that can be, everyone's vote can be counted, right? Riley Rip, Superman, earthquake, impeachment. Look what they're talking about again. How ridiculous that they're impeaching President Trump. I mean, it's just absurd. I was there for the speech. Nobody was like, okay, we're going to go break into the Capitol. I'm sorry, no. Zodiac decides, Holy Grail, God Arrival, Fortnite, Good Luck Dan, maybe Dan Scavino, I don't know. Mountain, right? We talked about Mountain and Mountain Division, and also, where President Trump might be holding up. Military, okay. Pink Moon, Currency, which goes to the quantum and also to the Nasara New World, not the reset, but the Nasara. Ring of Fire, Word of God, Software, Number One, Sports, Happiness, Windows, Phase 2, The Messiah Treasure, Castle Rock, again, one word, Reflection, The Cross, Recession. And by the way, sports, basically the left is about to see what their vote of Joe Biden is going to get them. Um, I think, I'm asking myself. So because, as you know, oh, Vicky, wasn't that great? Quantum Leap. I love that with Scott Bakula. I got to go back and watch some of those. That was so fantastic. Um, so I keep thinking, okay, why are they continuing this show, right? This facade, right? This whole thing. Um, so that's where I go, right? It's because to me, it's like, oh, everyone goes to, oh, accuse a LARP, it's a psyop, and they fooled us, they tricked us, and made us all look like fools. Which, by the way, most of that comes from our ego, protecting our ego, right? Think about that. Where if people are starting to take pot shots at us because we've been trying to tell them about the plan, and so to protect our ego, it helps to just do away with the thing that kind of got us in trouble in terms of affecting our ego. So while we're all talking about the ego, let's do our coat check, yeah? Imagining ourselves in these big winter coats full of indoctrination and preconceived ideas and completely indoctrinated concepts, and our ego all wrapped up in this big winter coat. We're coming in from the cold, and we're coming into the Snedeker Theater, home of the Snedheads, and we are going to hang out. You don't want your big bulky coat on. You're with 2,000 other people. And so we take our coat off and we check it, right? And we get our claim ticket, and it's safe. We know the people over there. So all your stuff, all your preconceived notions, all your things that you're completely locked into are safe over there. And I would never ask you to take off your coat, by the way. I would never ask you to take off your coat if we were in a dark, cold forest and it was snowing. No, if we were in a place where we were being attacked, right? Or like at the Capitol. When I was at the Capitol, I had to kind of have my head on a swivel and kind of have my awareness about me, and I had my coat on, like my shield, my armor of God, right? And so if we're the imagining ourselves in those situations, we want to keep it on. But when you come into a warm theater where we have the mod squad on the 4 different platforms, making sure nobody's being an asshole, kicking them out if they are, just like a party, just like a nightclub. You don't have to worry about knuckleheads, right? Because the bouncers are there. Although that's not a really great analogy, because you still got to worry about those people. But here you're among friends. So by doing this, we open our hearts and our minds and our spirit to download some new information. And then when we're done, when you decide to leave or the show's over, you can go get your coat and put it back on and take it with you and leave behind whatever you want to leave behind. But the whole idea is entering spaces, and I'm not just saying do this with our broadcast, but every space that you enter, the more we can act like we don't know anything, the more we can learn, right? And even though as it comes in, we can say, oh, let me look at that differently. So this is about really looking at things differently, right? So we do that. So back to, the ego. So we got our coats checked. I hope you got your favorite drink. I hope you got your favorite person, your favorite pet, your favorite you, and a little snack. And cheers, everybody. Here's to a great Friday night. Here's to a great weekend. And here's to better things yet ahead, okay? So, yeah, Angel, it's sure waking people up now, right? So why are we going through this? Why does does Biden and Harris get to play White House for kind of real, right? And everything that is it's showing us is they're not. First of all, and even Congress, you think, okay, Congress brought a new, Secretary of Defense in, which, by the way, goes against the rules that they set for that position to begin with, because he hasn't been retired long enough, and that position is normally reserved for somebody that is not military, a civilian position, so that we don't have a person in there that has been taught how to fight their entire life. There's a reason why thank you, Faye, Monkey Works. Specifically, what he went through would be good too. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I appreciate that. Change the screen. I was stuck on that Gematria. I'm going to try to do better with that again tonight. I got to get another card, a computer video card, so I can set up another monitor. Because if I have that full time, then I can see what's going on, but I have to block it when I pull up other screens. So that's why that happens. Not that you need to know that, but just it'll help when I get to that point. So here's so in that regard, guys, let's why are we doing this? Why are we going through this? And in the conversation, I had a great conversation with both Craig Allen Campbell and his producer John today on the broadcast over in England, by the way, on the iconic. Let me show you that real quick. This is the iconic website. Okay, this is David Icke's website. And if you can sign up for a free 7-day trial, okay, and you can check it out. There's a lot of information here. Informed consent, the walk, an alternative journey through history, the blue pill, maps to quantum sovereignty. There's a lot of great content here, guys, and it's like Gaia TV, but without the programming. Like Gaia keeps a lot of stuff off Gaia. Like you can't get real information on Gaia. So you can sign in, start your 7-day free trial. I recommend it for everybody. And then if you like it, I don't know how much it is exactly. I'll tell you right now. It's $10 a month or $80 for the year, and that's in pounds. I don't know what that is in US dollars, but I will say this, that David Icke has been a truth teller for a very, very long time, and could and people like Craig, who have a show on this called Apocalypse TV, which I've been on 3 times now, he kind of calls me his US correspondent. And but these guys are great. Craig's a Scotsman from Canada over in England now, and John is British. And I did want to comment too that one of our snedheads who's from England, caught me kind of talking bad about how we escaped the British in the First Revolutionary War and we escaped the British in the Second. And being critical of a few of the British truthers out there right now because of the way they're, some of the things that they're saying. I don't have anything against the British people, and I know most of you get that. I don't understand why you went to a place where when I'm talking about the Crown and I'm talking about Rothschilds, that I'm looping all the British in with that. And so somebody felt a little offended by that, but please understand that I'm talking about the bad people. All right, I'm talking about the bad people. We've got friends that are English, several friends that are from England. I can't even count them all. That's how many. I love the English people. I don't like the monarch. I don't like the fact that the English people even still acknowledge that stupid fucking monarch, okay, in their pedophile ways, okay. But but they're good people, and so just know that when I'm talking about China, I have to breeze through China. I'm not talking about Chinese people. I used to have a Chinese roommate. She was fantastic, fantastic people, the Chinese, and they're being oppressed. And I feel for them. I feel more compassion for them than ever. And how about the Chinese Uyghurs and the Chinese and the Taiwanese and the Tibetans and all these other people that would be happy to be proud Chinese, but the Chinese Communist Party is absolutely suppressing and enslaving them and harvesting organs and just doing terrible things. So I just want to be clear about that. That I'm not going to throw the everybody under the bus or loop them all in. Yeah, so Aaron Maloney, I saw a theory today that Biden is being forced to do and sign the worst things in order to wake more people up. It was an acceptable theory. Well, Aaron, you know that that's our theory as well, in terms of like long ago over the summer at some point, Todd and I were having a conversation, and he was like, you know what? What if the white hats were in control of the media? And what if the white hats were, in control? And that opened up a whole conversation of, well, what does that look like? Why would they do that? And the answer came that, and I'll have Todd chime in on this as well, but basically that if they can act so absurdly and people are still voting for them and still pulling for them, etc., then eventually people are going to wake up slowly on their own, right? Because they're seeing these things and they're like, wait a minute, this okay, I'm out. I'm out. You had me at this and this and this, but you lost me at this kind of thing, right? So why is Q in 17, why are they, keeping this going? Why is Trump keeping this whole thing going? Okay. Look at what Biden is doing. Okay. He is a train wreck. A train wreck, folks. You know that. Okay. And we're going to go over some of the train wreck situations, but he's a train wreck. And he's running the country right over the cliff. Now, how much power does he? Oh, Jimmy Savile, right, from the royal family, right? Exactly. What a creep, what a pedo, and he got away with it too, right, because of the crown. Oh, sorry, I'm still keeping you guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can pull this up here and see it a little bit better, so that I can see when I'm not, when I don't have that. Maybe I can do that. Okay, that might be better. But I gotta be careful of that. Okay, so thanks for that heads up, guys. I know it's annoying when I do stuff like that. So listen, I'd rather not say. No sweat. Listen, this is a free broadcast, guys. Don't ever, I don't want you to ever feel guilty that you can't donate or you whatever. Don't, no. Nope. Not going to allow it, because here's the thing. There's other ways to give back. There's other ways to contribute, right? You can communicate with each other. You can, I'd rather not say, you already left the room. I'm sorry, but I see you, okay? And this space is a better space with you here. So what do you think? I'd rather have you here and you can't donate, or kick you out because I got to charge monthly, right? No. So this is a free broadcast, folks. I've never felt like information should cost you a dime or cost me a dime. We should be able to go and get free information. And if you feel so inclined, and thank you guys that do donate. And by the way, If you want to give to Cindy for her birthday, like if you wanted to buy her a cup of coffee, or if you wanted to, buy her, a sandwich or something for her birthday, you can either you can just put a little tag on there for Cindy, right, for her birthday, from to me, if you see it in the thing, or if you have her PayPal or Venmo, obviously give directly to her. But I'll make sure she gets all that. And so the but if that's something that you guys want to do in an exchange of energy, that's fantastic, and obviously that supports us and what we're doing. But if that's not an option for you, share, talk, communicate, bring stuff. There's other exchanges of energy, right? There's other exchanges. So I don't want you ever coming in here feeling bad because you're not donating. Okay, please. Thank you for that. Christina says, Phase 16 better wake up the sheep, because Scene 17 will blow their damn brains. Yes, that's putting it mildly, right? Lisa says, I think it's so funny that YouTube had to pull the Biden inauguration circus due to so many dislikes. What world are we living in here, guys? Right? I mean, it's unbelievable. Let's see. Okay, did a message reflect? Okay, so I wanted to. So iconic, I took care of that. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate that. I like to dress it up here every once in a while. Okay, so when's the movie going to be over? When's the show going to be over? Right? We anticipated it was going to be over before now, and it isn't, and it wasn't, and so let's start asking the questions why, right? So we think that the white hats are in control of people like the Pelosi's, the Schumers, how about Chucky Schumer today, guys? We got to come up with that video. I'll pull that up a little bit later. Let's see. Let's see. Mary, you have bankruptcy papers about Trump. Why don't you send those to me, and I'll maybe pull them up for next show. Oh my God, the Bernie memes are hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. Lee, are you? They're hitting you hard tonight watching the show. They keep knocking you out. How many of you guys get knocked out like pretty consistently? I mean, this. I mean, they're already throttling our numbers. I know, like our numbers are much higher. I think we're getting over 50,000 a show. We're getting I think well over 4,000 live, but they've got us right now at 2,100. We've never gotten over these hurdles. Now Friday night is normally a little bit of a slow night. People, some people are doing other stuff, but the diehards like yourselves are make this a part of our Friday night, right? We're hanging out together. We're hanging with our family. Yeah, you're getting throttled a lot. Dave, is going to be over when the U.S. stops them, and I'm not stressed about it. Have all the time you people need, right? Yeah, let's see. So you, Meredith, you get knocked off a lot. Cheers, you've got knocked off 3 times. Wow. Don't tell me, August Girl. Bernie is on Melania's dress. Oh my God. Hilarious. The Bernie memes, guys. We'll get to some of those. Let's see. You are showing weakness through anger. Stanley, please, I don't know what you're saying. Let's see. Bernie is selling a sweatshirt now based on himself all wrapped up. Well, leave it to a socialist to figure out how to make money from a situation like that. Angeline, you have to watch on 2 devices because they kick you out so much. Wow. Um, Telegram, the true awakening. Okay. Holly Bird, yes, but be careful. Outside comms and the true awakening was also, that was a scam when we thought it was General. The general, forgetting his name right now, but and then they changed it to True Awakening so it wouldn't be a scam. Yeah, Jim, either Huber or Durham will be the first marker, then the show begins. Here's the thing. We know what we have. They know what they have. Michael, you watch on Dave Sned on YouTube and you've never had a problem? Good. Let's see. Selena, you're good when watching the show? Awesome. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Richard. I see that. Martha says, Dave, I was told today that Kamala had to step down and go back to her old seat. Like I said, I was told, but the woman told me she didn't know what news channel. Have you heard anything? I've not heard anything. Let's see. Twitch motivates. You were suspended from Twitter. Congratulations. You are in a elite class, right? With Todd and Cindy too. Let me see. Okay. All right. The EOs are blank papers, but they are being listed. Emily, thank you. You have a great smile, Dave. Thank you. They are being. Wasn't that creepy? Right? Whenever you try to smile, it's creepy. Okay. So they just need to. Here's the big. General Hayden. Thank you, Vicky. Yeah, it was General Hayden. So let me just finish up with this, and then we'll go to some other stuff. Then we'll have Todd and Cindy come on here, and make a nice night of it. But so. Good question. Who was it? I just lost you. Okay. Goldilocks. I have a question. How does David Icke feel about 17? Well, I said to them today, I said, because my buddy Tony Passarella, Tony, if you're on here, please give me a shout out, told me that David Icke was bashing Q. Now we have David Icke has bashed Q. We have Alex Jones have bashed Q. We have a lot of people coming out and bashing Q, guys. Don't you think that Q wants to see who's in and who's not? Okay? And who's doing what Q asked them to do and who's not? And so so I said, hey, I heard that David is bashing Q. And I want to talk to him. Please let him know that I think it would really be good for him to talk to me, because I would like to talk him through that and find out what's really going on, because I have a lot of respect for David Icke, and I think he's making the wrong decision. And I don't know why he is, but I have heard that he is bashing him, and so I'm just hearing this from Tony Passarella, so I got to confirm that myself. Does anybody else know? But thank you for that question, and I'm hopefully going to have that conversation with David, and I'll keep you posted. And I said even it's a private conversation. Like, I don't need to have him on the show, or it'd be great to have him on the show, but like, I don't want him to feel like that's why I want to talk to him, right? I want to just give him a heads up. Gabby says, I do feel David Icke projects a lot of fear to people. Amazing man, but I feel he does not raise the vibration of people. I get that, Gabby. I've heard that too. Alex Jones retracted his statement on Q. You got to be kidding me. That's because his listeners started giving him crap about it, I'm sure. Okay. Let's see. Thank you, Diana. I gotta stay with 17s. I'm making that mistake. Kathy, you got suspended from Twitter as well. I'm sorry to hear that, but glad to hear that in a lot of ways, because you're part of the club. I heard good things about Monkey Works today. 17, 17, 17. Yeah. China. Yes. Yes. David Icke. Yes, Ike Bash Q. Okay, Sonny, thank you for that confirmation. Yeah, he's old school. He's old school. Wild Dragon Q. Yeah, could be quantum computer, right? Right. David Icke, also not a fan of Trump. Saw his interview on Charlie Ward. It's interesting. It's interesting how the truth community, folks, and he's probably bashing Trump now too because he left without getting done what he said he was going to do, right? Lloyd, I watched Anomaly. I watched Anomaly's piece on Q. I like Anomaly, but here's the thing about the Q bashers, okay? Jim Rice says maybe the bashing is disinformation trying to take attention away from 17 to protect. I love that line of thinking, Jim. I don't know if I don't think 17 has to be protected, because if they were trying to protect 17, they would have done it a long time ago, because 17's been crushed and the whole time. Raven, is HCQ in the American Journal of Medicine now? It's unbelievable what they're going to come out with. Jared Kushner, I do not believe is Q. He could possibly be a part of it, but I don't. Q is more than one person. David Icke is bashing 17, and so do I think there will be any more Q drops? Karen, that's a great question. I do not know. Obviously, but you're asking me what I think. Here's what I think. I think if we need any more communication, that we're going to get it through a drop, okay, or a continuing timestamp from things that POTUS does, things that Pompeo does, and in that regard, right, or things that come out. And maybe even Biden. Maybe we're going to start seeing things come from Biden that lead us in that same direction. Why? Because we think that possibly, I'm going to show you a video here in a second. So the people that are bashing Q17 is, 17's job is done, I think, for the most part, Wild Dragon. But here's what I'm getting at, is that all these people that say they have, connections with Q or connections with 17. No, there are no outside comms. So if 17 has something more to say, yes, I think we'll see a drop. It won't be from any other source, but job pretty much completed, I think. And so let's see. Okay, Dave, I shared a tweet to you from today, Simon. Okay, I'll check that out. Thank you. So, the Missouri got called up 6,000 National Guard troops for CV. Also, folks, the recall from DeSantis bringing his National Guard home because of the way they're being treated. That's just tragic. That's just tragic what's going on there. How they're doing it. But here's the thing. Is that what's happening? They're so Red Sox, I'll check that out. Thank you. They're so ridiculous, the things that are happening. Right? The Biden executive orders, they're so ridiculous that people that voted for him and her need to start saying, oh my gosh, wow. Now, the whole thing about the white hats controlling the mainstream media is that, what I really see happening, that's the final step, by the way, in terms of awakening the population. Not the final step, but one of the final steps is getting them off the tit of of the mainstream media and getting them to understand that the mainstream media has been lying to them. The biggest thing that needs to happen with the media is that the people that have bought into the media need to see what was really going on and then what the media was presenting to them. And if it comes out, which I think it will, that the inauguration was completely fake, that this person was this person and this person was that person, then they're going to be able to show people that, see, we fooled you. And not only did we fool you here, but here's a laundry list of times when we've fooled you and lied to you. Why? Because the whole strategy, the whole plan for the mainstream media was to control the narrative and keep the population dumb. And that's exactly what they've done. Okay? And so how do they show that? You guys know just as much as I do how difficult it is to tell somebody, even show somebody, look, this is fake, this is fake, this is fake. The cognitive dissonance is off the chain. But what if they discover it for themselves, just how much they've been fooled? That is going to be an incredible awakening for them, and it's going to shift us into the next plan. So if they can show Biden's doing this executive order, he's increasing insulin prices because he's repealing what Trump did on that, and epinephrine, he is raising the cost of oil, the price of oil. There was a huge stock market drop today. We're going to talk to Todd about that. The XL pipeline, so now all that oil is going to go to China. He got us back in the Paris Accord, which isn't going to change anything that we do environmentally, but it will fund themselves through these programs like that. You give to the Paris Accord. Nobody's checking those books, guys. Okay. All right. Let's see. I need to go to a few things here. Glad to be with you here tonight, guys. Happy Friday night. Let's see. I'm going to pull up a few things. Let me see. Yeah, so imagine if you and I were running the show in terms of this show, right? If we were writing the script, what would it look like? What would we have people do? What would we have them do? And that is, that is something that I think we really need to look at. Is that how would we do it? Well, we'd make it so absurd that they would have to finally say, oh my God, we made a mistake. Okay. Let me see. And Crumbs, if you could play this video, okay. So Christy, I'm going to play this because many of you are asking about this, and that is the Monkey Works video from today. So let me pull him up. This is from 122. It's only 11 minutes long. We have a lot of respect for Monkey Works, so I want to share him and also give you guys a heads up to him. Okay, let me do that now. And let's just
writing's not that easy, but Grammarly can help. This sentence is grammatically correct, but it's wordy and hard to read. It undermines the writer.
Let's see. Cool intro. By the way, it's 11 minutes, 11 seconds long. I'm going to keep it at this size just because, let me see. Actually, I could do this, I think.
All right, welcome, folks. Mil Spec Ops Monkey here. It is at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time, coming from the great state of Texas, January 22nd, 2021. So I wanted to share something with you as we get into this today, because I think it's going to put a little bump in your step for the weekend. All right. So this is kind of exciting, because if you see some of the other data points that are coming out about information on what's going on down in DC, and you watch some of the news about Biden coming in on a private aircraft, this is going to make some sense out of some nonsense. Okay. So data point. All right. Joe Biden, he was denied government aircraft. So he flew into DC.
By the way, we got a heads up on that from a Snedhead that we knew that he went in on privately from firsthand knowledge of that trip.
Or his inauguration. Why was that? That is the first time in the history of presidents using Air Force One or one of the government planes to get into for the inauguration that anyone's been denied. Okay. Trump used one in 2017 when he came in for his inauguration. He flew in on a 757, tail number 09-0017. Okay. So let's talk about that. All right. Now, if you guys remember the other day when the inauguration was going on, there was a temporary flight restriction, actually a big red circle over West Palm Beach, because Trump was down there. Okay. That is common for presidents to have that. That's Disney up here, and that's the Space Center. Okay. Now, even President Bush, who's been out of office a long time, still has one. So if you go into Dallas right here and look at North Dallas, that little red circle right there, VIP, that is for George W. Bush. Okay. That's where he lives, and he has one over his residence. So during the Trump administration, we had the TFR that was over the White House, and then we had one over Manhattan, over Trump Tower. Okay, that was his other location. And then when he was down at Mar-a-Lago, then he would have a yellow one. Okay, well, this one was a red one over it on the 20th. Okay, which would be a permanent. Okay, so that said, yesterday, as you notice right now, as we go back down here to Mar-a-Lago, it is gone. Okay. And so yesterday afternoon, actually yesterday evening, that bad dude disappeared, which means Trump is not down in Florida. Okay. There's not one in New York. They're both gone. All right. So where does that take us? All right. Now I want to show you something, because this is important. There was a flight on the inauguration day that was a C-17 Reach aircraft, call sign Reach 712 Tango. Okay, that aircraft actually flew down from Charleston to Palm Beach, and then it did the exact same route that I'm about to show you. Okay, it flew up to DC, but it did it at 4:13 in the afternoon, landed up there, actually landed in Charleston at 8:23 p.m. Okay, during daylight hours it would have been in DC. Now you can see it comes down. This is your altitude, so it lands. That airspeed line's a little bit misleading, okay, but because I'll show you it actually parks and lands. All right, but they did this exact same route on inauguration day. All right, and I think it was a practice run for what they were going to do. Now notice their return route was a little alternate right here, and I'll show you here on the next flight. Okay, so now we go over here to this one, which is Reach 713 Tango. All right, now when this one leaves Mar-a-Lago, the temporary flight restriction is lifted. That means Trump is on this aircraft. He is being exfilled. Okay. Now, I'm going to show you the replay, and you're going to see the aircraft's going to go white because it's sitting on the ground up here. All right. That's why it goes white. Now, in a minute, I'll show you also, this thing clicks on through. In a minute, I'm going to also show you that it is, if you're just looking at the flight itself, you'll notice it doesn't show anything about being in DC. Technically, that should have been 2 legs because it parked, okay, and it was on the ground for an hour. And it should have been a secondary flight listing from DC to Charleston, all right? But that didn't happen. Note the time of day also, 11:26 p.m. So they did all this at night. So he was moved out in the dark of night, all right? Now, what I'm going to show you next is the log, all right? Now, I want you to look at the timestamp on this. It landed in DC at 8:20 p.m. So military time, that's 20:20, okay? It took off at 9:16:26, so 21:16:26, all right, military time. So if we go in and we do the calculation here on the time, that is exactly on ground, 56 minutes, 6 seconds, all right? Now, for those that don't do the quick maths, this is why it's important, because Anons will take that crumb and they will do the
That face that is usually covered by her phone has finally made an appearance.
quick maths. And what you're going to see is 5 plus 6 plus 6 equals 17. Okay? So, now, he could have flown on anything up there, but instead he flew on a C-17. Now, you guys may remember that Pence actually was on a C-17 not too long ago when his aircraft had a bird strike. Okay? And a C-17 that was with the fleet at the time basically converted to Air Force 2. All right. Now, let's talk a little bit about, here's what the C-17 looks like for those of you not familiar with it. All right. It is a transport, and it's made for carrying troops and the like. Okay. And so the C-17 is basically, it can carry not just troops, but it can carry military equipment. So you'll see the C-17s roll in behind Trump or ahead of Trump, moving all of his vehicles. It'll be those things carry Marine One, the helicopters and things like that. So they are quite large, as you saw with Pence standing in the back. Okay. So let's point this out. The reason I'm bringing this up is if Biden, who is the incoming president, is denied a government aircraft, think about that, all right? Now, Trump, technically, if he's no longer president, he too should be denied a military aircraft. So why is he put on a C-17 military aircraft and exfilled up to DC, sits on the ground for 1 hour and some change, or actually just less than an hour, all right? 56 minutes, 6 seconds. And then he, if he wasn't there, now he could have stayed. He could have gotten off and gone to, there's some bunkers right there nearby, but I don't see him going to DC, okay? And the reason I say that is because there's some data points here. I just read an article yesterday that they were requesting another 26,000 troops be deployed to DC. Now keep in mind, there are currently, there were 65,000 troops in DC, and some of them have gone home. They said 7,000 were going to remain behind for 30 days. But I saw that there was a request went in the Pentagon yesterday that basically requested another 26,000 to come in up until September, okay? So, but they're saying right now it would be for it'll be next 30 days, okay? So that is important because if you remember Mike Flynn's latest post, I think it was something about done in 30, all right? Just another data point, okay? But if we look at what is installed at Charleston, okay? That base is, it's a formal naval base, okay? But it's been transformed into a multi-use federal complex with 17 government and military tenants, as well as some other things for like reserve force ships and national security cutters, etc., for the Coast Guard. So that number 17 is popping up over and over and over, and I think there's a reason for it. And those folks that are doing the breadcrumbs, the anons that are out there, are going to pick up on this. Okay. All right. So that said, I honestly, I don't think at this point Trump is exfilled. He is out if I had to guess, he is in a secure location, probably outside of the continental United States. All right, he is not in anymore. All right, he is off and being hidden. All right, so just a couple data points for you. What I would say is, let's just keep an eye on what's going on, because I think things aren't as they seem, and I don't think this is over. Matter of fact, I think this is far from over. So, all right, that's all I have. I hope you guys have a blessed weekend, and hopefully this put a little beep in your bob. All
right. Fantastic. Thank you, MonkeyWorks. Appreciate you and all the work that you're doing. Folks, there's a lot of really bright people out there that are trying to let us know we're good. We got this. You know, Q said 17 said done in 30, right? Flynn said done in 30. You know, that's a good thing, isn't it? And so, you know, you got guys that are really looking at details like MonkeyWorks that are telling us what's going on here. So I do want to, and I want to share this with you as well. This was hilarious. I'm not gonna use, let me see, I'm not gonna use Fox News here, but I want to use. Hold on. Okay, so okay, all right. So let me show you this. Okay, this is Chucky Schumer. Okay, Schumer's gaffe. Let's go to this one here.
I have the greatest job to find the healthiest, most delicious products that are good for you and good for.
The fact is, the House will deliver the article of impeachment to the Senate. The Senate will conduct a trial of the impeachment of Donald Trump. It will be a full trial. It will be a fair trial. But make no mistake, there will be a trial, and when that trial ends, senators will have to decide if they believe Donald John Trump incited the insurrection against the United States. Insurrection. Trump incited the insurrection. If they believe Donald John Trump incited the erection.
Okay. I'll tell you this. If I was writing this, that's comedy gold. Look at how many people have picked up on this. You know, here's one here.
Hello guys.
Let's see what this dude's doing. I don't know what's going on here, but talking about sheep. Yeah, that's not going to work. But you know, look at everyone's jumping on this, right? It's just hilarious, right? For inciting the erection. Okay, so this is comedy gold, folks. You just can't. You can't. You can't imagine this without actually having written it. Okay. Okay. And I want to see too. Let me see if it's in. Let me see if it's in show chat. So they're talking about impeachment, right? Why? Because they've got to take this man out. They can't have him coming back. They can't have him running again. But they have to take him out, not because they're worried about 4 years from now. Okay, they're worried about the fact that he's still got power. Okay. That's the thing that keeps coming back and to reinforce to us why they have to keep doing this. Okay. Okay. This is, I've got to talk about so much to talk about here. Okay. And by the way, the reason that I went to the Monkey Works was because of Christy, but it wasn't Christy Nance Taylor, who is one of the mods and just an incredible support for me here at the broadcast, but Christy Blackburn. So I just wanted to clarify that, because we have two phenomenal Christies in the house, more than that probably, but just those two in particular. So because sometimes I'll use the first name, but I should differentiate when it comes to that. So awesome. So let me get a couple things. Let me see, hold on. Okay, I'll get to a few things. How you guys doing? Doing well? Oh yeah, Lita, papers were also introduced for Biden impeachment today. I don't know what the founding is on that, but here's the thing. Here's my take on that, by the way. Yeah, Jambone, there's something that people aren't seeing here. Now that all the oil has to be moved out of Canada in the Midwest by railways, who owns those railways? What did I tell you guys the other night? Gates, Buffett. And they're going to the coast, the west coast of Canada, and then off to China. Okay? And so this is a Gates play, too. A Gates-Buffett play. Let's see. Yeah. Let me see. Ezra says, hi. Ruth, I will check that out, because I did pull that up on Ezra Cohen-Watnick. And let me see if I can. Oh, my God. All right. All right, guys. Got to show you this one. Oh, guys, the memes were just flying today and yesterday. Were they not just phenomenal? I mean, you just can't. I mean, think about it. This dude hanging out with mittens like that at the most formal event, the most important event of his party of the year, and he shows up, looking like a 5-year-old kid who mama bundled up to go out and play in the snow. I mean, imagine the screenwriters of this show, folks. This is like Emmy, Oscar-worthy writing. Think about it. The three women of the Revelation, right? Of the purple scarlet, right? We did that last night. The how short Hillary is. When you age, you don't shrink that much, folks. And we've got some of that too. I'll pull some of that up. But let me get to. I can't figure out what happened to. I had Ezra pulled up, and then I lost him. So let me find that again. But let me see. Yeah, where is that? Why is that doing that? Oh, I got to go to another window. Okay. Let me pull this up. Okay. All right. By the way, the whole mirrored thing, guys, where he's signing with his left hand and he's signing with his right hand, that was a flip picture. Okay, you can tell by the handkerchief. You can tell by the lights behind him that was on the other side, and you can tell where the stack of executive orders was. So that's the kind of disinformation that gets thrown in, and then basically that. You throw that in so people that are taking pot shots at people that are looking closely and asking questions, so that they can find ways to chink your armor. when in actuality, if those people worked hard at actually looking into who these people are, they'd never vote for them in the first place. New York Post had a comment, had a quote from President Trump. Trump says we'll do something, but not just yet, in first post-presidential remark. Okay, and that was from the New York Post via Spencer Evans. Thank you, Spencer, for that. And let me see. I wanted to see who had this is what I wanted to go down. Let me go down this while we're at it. Okay. This is from Darren C. Thank you, Darren. Darren, I don't know where you got this, but I love this little dip. And you know what, Todd, Cindy, you guys want to call in? Because I'm going into a dive here, and we can go to some other stuff too. But rather have you on with us if that works for you right now. Let me see. Oh, yeah, Robin says, Snedheads, we have 1,000 showing on this site and only 237 likes. Could you guys just take a moment on your YouTube and like and subscribe and hit the bell notification so you get that? Because the more likes, the more it bumps us up, and we need to fight the censorship. Please do that. And if you have it on your system, so it's like on your YouTube through your Apple TV or something like that, could you please just go to it on your phone, go to the Dave Sned, go to the IndoctriNATION on YouTube and hit the like. Could you do that for me, please? And that would help us out quite a bit. Let me see here. I'm gonna come back to this, Darren, when we because I want Todd to see that as well. Helen, thank you for your donation. I appreciate that very, very much. And also thank you, Brett Halby, and also Joanne Nicholas. Thank you very, very much for your donations. Let me see. We got some. Oh, this was one of my favorites too, Karen. This is from Karen Lambert here. The old dating game, guys. Old dating game. We're gonna see who Bernie's gonna hook up with here. Seems like he's got the gals laughing. Must have said something funny in his muffled mask voice. So be careful. Be careful, ladies. Bernie is on the prowl. He's on the prowl. Okay. Let me see. Let's see here. And there they are.
Messenger audio.
Thank you, Sherry Love, for your donation. I'll get to it. Here we go. Hello, hello. Did I catch you? I did not. Why does that do that? Why does that do that?
Hello.
Hey there.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing well.
Awesome.
How are you doing?
You're looking awful spiffy this evening.
Why, thank you. I like to clean up once in a while, you know? Just make this show respectable.
Absolutely.
You guys are dressed up tonight, right? You got the memo? Wink, wink.
I forgot what was on when I had to go on my doctor's appointments today. So yeah, I'm still doing
there you go. There you go. So good birthday yesterday, all well?
Yeah, it was really nice. We had the boys and Shelby last night, and
cool.
We were able to spend time with everybody, and yeah, it was really nice.
Awesome.
Everybody made some homemade cards for me, and so that's always the best.
Very cool. Very cool. somebody just said, I don't blame Bill Clinton for falling asleep at the inauguration. Yeah, I don't either. Thank you, Patricia. Pete Palmer said, what time do you have to return those clothes by? Hey, Pete, let me tell you something. It's pretty hard to rent clothes my size, my friend. I walk into a clothing store and they laugh, right? Yeah.
Custom made.
Exactly. That's a great line, though. It's a great line. Yeah, so we got a lot to address tonight. I haven't gotten into the show chat quite yet, so I'll check that out from what you and you guys been dropping. But definitely there was one that I wanted to go over with Todd. Do you have anything right off the bat you wanted to jump in based on what we've been talking about and all that?
He's got some good info right here, so I'm just going to let him jump right in there with you.
Okay, cool. Please.
Looking at the drops.
Yeah, whatever you can field and get in front of me too. Whatever you can whittle down, because I'm a little overloaded right now with the SNEDheads sending great stuff to us.
Yeah.
So thank you for that.
You tell him what I asked you before the market opened this morning.
What's up, Bubba?
Oh, he wanted me to tell you what he asked me before the market opened up this morning.
About the number that would be involved?
Yeah, he asked me what number would be involved. I had it on the market channel for Fox News, and they were talking about stocks and everything, and I said 666. And so that led to him doing his research on a drop here, and I'll let him tell
let
the
me
rest
well
of the
let me
story.
pull that up, Todd. I'll pull up your post as we talk about this.
Do you hear somebody in the background, Dave?
I don't. No. SNEDheads, do you hear anybody in the background?
I hear somebody talking.
I know.
Lancelot, I wonder if I've got one of the channels on or something. I don't hear anything. No, nobody. They're not hearing anything. It's just your head.
Oh my God.
That same voice is in my head too.
Todd's hearing the same voices now. This is really good.
Yeah.
Sympathy concussion.
Yeah, exactly. So let's go to your stuff here. Now,
it's kind of a sloppy visual. It's more of I'm not one of those guys that can really, my fingers are too big to make everything look great on a phone. So I do my best with what little I got to work with.
There you go. So tell us about, I'm not even seeing the post.
It's a drop, and then it also has a picture of the stock market finishing number.
Was this your later one tonight or earlier today?
It was there was
oh, here
one.
It is. Okay, I'm going to go to the one. So that's what you said this morning. You also said in your post this morning about the stock market dive. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Todd, go ahead, walk us through this. I have your most recent one up. Actually, no, I gotta do something. I gotta do one more thing. But go ahead. Tell us a story here. Story time with Uncle Todd.
Okay, so get comfy, everybody, and take a little listen to this day. So I wake up this morning, and the first thing I see is the stocks. They're talking about the stock market on Fox, and I'm looking at the pre-market, and it's down about 250, something like that. And I just kind of was looking at it, and it clicked in my head that there was a post in 17 drops that talked about a drop of 666.
Right.
Coincidence. And so I pulled it up, and ironically, it was on post 666, which we were led to by Kayleigh McEnany with her countdown numbers. Remember, we had the
654 and then 3 and then 1 which could have been read 3 2 1.
Yeah, 3 2 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you did it in Roman numerals, the last two. And I was like, well, God, that's got to be significant. So I looked at it again, and I said, I wonder if they're going to make the stock market drop 666 points. And then I was like, wow, that's a pretty big drop. There's got to be some other relative way of doing it. So that's when I think did I text you before it opened? Or I thought I got a hold of you at some point.
Was it a text? I thought maybe you posted it. That's why I was looking.
I texted you directly, but I don't know if I did it. I think I did it before the market closed.
That's where I saw it. It was your text. It was today at 5:30 a.m. my time, which would have been 8:30 a.m. your time, which would have been a half an hour into the market. Watch the market today. What's that?
Yeah, it was just the bell was ringing, or it had just rung not too long before, and I was like, this has got to be relevant today.
And there's Todd's text to me today, 5:30 a.m. Watch the market today. It may drop 666. It's got to get way worse to bring Dems on board begging for Trump. Yeah. So that was at 5:30 this morning.
Yeah. So this hits me as soon as I wake up. Anyway, make a long story short, I read post 666 again.
And here it is.
And yeah, if you want to go ahead and read it, you'll see some significance.
Why did the memo drop a Friday and before the SB? What's SB?
Well, I couldn't get that exactly figured out. I was thinking it had to be market related, but
I think it's we're close to 3,000 folks. Please share this out and let your friends know. We'll get up there.
Cindy said small business. I don't before and after before the SB.
Sned had Super Bowl. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Thank you guys, because I knew we figured that out, and not only did we figure out like months ago, but you told me yesterday. Absolutely, thank you. All right, why did the memo drop a Friday and before the Super Bowl? Did this seem strange to you? Now the memo we're talking about is the DIG. I'm forgetting the memo. On this date. I think it was the IG report. So does this seem strange to you? Watch the news. Rothschild estate sale, Black Forest. By the way, guys, if you're the richest family on the planet, you don't have to sell stuff. Okay? The reason why they sold the Black Forest, we think, is because they wanted to get all that blood off their hands, because that's where they would hunt children and humans. Stock market dive 666. Coincidence? Soros transfer of wealth. That's when he put his wealth into nonprofits. Okay. Don't be freed. Marriage for power, not love. Hillary Roth, Soros, Clinton. We were just at this last night, by the way, guys. Etc. News unlocks map. Think mirror. Which team? They don't know. Apache. These people are evil. Still don't believe you are sheep to them. 2020 coming. Public, that's 2020, not the year 2020, but 2020 vision. Public is vital. Release of info vital. Outrage, justice. Can we simply arrest the opposition without first exposing the truth? No. Follow the light. Follow the light. Okay. So
what I got out of this is I hadn't remembered. I'm sure the market maybe had gone down 666 before. I mean, I don't remember. I didn't look up the history, but I thought as the relevance to the countdown and Kayleigh McEnany's countdown, that this was a good point in time to start checking that.
Right.
And so all day long I was thinking something's got to be up with this 666 number. So basically that's what I watched out of the whole thing. Was I was wanting to see what I was hoping that it closed 666 points down, and I would have been like bingo. But instead it closed at a different value. So you have that also there to show, right?
That is, hold on. It went down 179.03, and the Dow finished at 30,996.98.
Now, if
And
you
here's
think
the Dow
mirrored, well, the first thing that I noticed as I looked at it, it was 179.
17.
Yeah. And then I looked at the closing price looking for the sixes, and including the fact that it says news unlocks the map, think mirror.
Right.
In which team? Now, this is where I thought, there's definitely a relevance to the mirrored numbers when you have sixes and nines in the number there. So you do have a 666. It's just in the nines. And it is separate. Yeah. I would have rather seen it together, but when you're putting things together like this, they're not always going to make it, hit you with the frying pan. Sometimes they do.
Right.
But I thought, hey, that's kind of relevant, especially when they tell you the news unlocks the map, think mirror. And also, 2020 is coming. Public is vital. Release of info vital. They need outrage. And what are we getting right now with all these crappy bills and all the stuff, the EOs that he's signing?
Yeah.
So
people are getting pissed. I mean, people were like that voted for Biden are now like they're getting laid off the XL pipeline.
And that's the Keystone pipeline. That was another thing that hit me right. Now that one hit me right between the eyes, because Q always talks about the Keystone. What is the Keystone?
Yeah.
And then you're always supposed to, it says news unlocks the map. So basically if we take the 17 drops and use it as a map, using the news to unlock the map, then all numbers are relevant that you see in the news, and all words you see in the news are relevant to the drops. And so what I just did, and I hadn't had a chance to do it until now, is I went back and that number that the stock market went down, the 179. I went and checked that out to see if there was any correlation to what could be possibly happening now.
And by the way,
you'll see some things.
1 and 7 is 8. 9 and 8 is 17 as well, right?
Yeah.
So go ahead. Where did you want to go from here?
I went to post 179. And if you'll look at the first timestamp on 179, it's 818, which is 17. And then you have
818, 17.
You have 1817, which equals 17.
Yeah.
A lot of confirmations there. So then I read this. You might want to go ahead and read this little guy.
So the spreadsheet Anon AT says what stringer was provided 2 days prior to event. Confirm this. That's code bunker apple yellow sky +1 in kill brackets with 3 dots. Confirm 0600 time. Yes, green 0600 time. Base green yellow condition yellow air. Condition yellow, air. What were the keywords in the stringer? Confirm, green, yellow, sky. Guide to reading map, legend. Past provides the future. Questions provide the answers. Lord de Rothschild is the target. Who was the pilot of the plane? Green. What was countered? Unknown to us. By the way, this was when the plane, I believe, crashed on the property of the Rothschild, right?
Yep.
That's what 17's talking about. What was countered? Unknown to us. Who was on the ground outside shortly before the collision? Unnamed Rothschild. Who was in the home shortly before the collision? Unknown to us now was dog grooming event. Learn to read the map. Trying really hard is like herding kittens in here sometimes. We may have, this is from an Anon, by the way, not 17. We may have overestimated your ability. You came to us for certain strengths, but there are weaknesses as well, some being exploited, not enough focus. Answer the questions. Build the big picture. Break it back down. Make memes for the normies to calm and educate. So we'll be ready for the storm.
Calm and educate. Yes, yep. So we'll be ready for the storm. That's what we're waiting for.
Yes.
And all the talking about making memes, you know, that we were just told when he said memories, or what was that link that that drop that we were led to where he doubled me, remember, and had it underlined. I can't remember the number of that. But see, answer the questions, build the big picture, break it back down, make memes for the normies to calm and educate. See, we're supposed to be helping people wake up here.
Yeah.
And so that we'll be ready for the storm. And now they're talking about, then they go into the shadow war. You can continue on, but it's important when you catch these, you know, and this was what date?
I mean, this was back in November 21st, 2017.
So why was he talking about memes back then? Why was he talking about educating the normies?
Yeah. And also, you know, how did 17 know that we would have to use memes so that we weren't censored?
Exactly.
Who especially in information warfare, memes, really? Who's going to take memes seriously as a form of communication? Well, you have to, because it's the only way you can communicate without getting censored. Aaron, davesnet@gmail.com. So Todd, I'll continue on. Shadow War, Act 2, Scene 4. Movie idea, thoughts, characters. Good guy, pilot of helicopter. Bad guy, pilot of plane. Target, on ground and in home. Story. Upon receipt of the go code, good guy flies during a blackout window provided by unknown agency with unknowns, ordinary people by the look of it, to a select location regarding highly classified mission, who was given the go order by X to execute. Delivery -3 for care. Bad guy intercepts message due to rogue operator embedded in tactical observation unit and takes out good guy by top-down invisible attack. Mission failure. Encore. What has since occurred by targets?
Yeah, it's a lot.
That's a lot.
It's a lot to unpack, but we got to figure this out. In Act 2, Scene 4 seems pretty early in the movie, but when you break it back down, like he says, we have to put the characters in there and do this. But it's interesting that we're talking about, you know, a movie and characters, and what we've been saying the whole time about this inauguration was that it was a show.
Yeah.
And so the other thing that along those lines that I was thinking was very important to think about was, I was sitting here looking at those guys saying they're all not really who they appeared to be.
Yeah.
So it's important to watch them even more closely about what they're going to say. Because I think it's important that we follow Biden as POTUS now, because it's all in the play, right? I'm not saying that he's in control. I'm saying that he is in control in the movie we were watching.
Right. Right.
So we may have to look to his Twitter in order to get the message that we were all thinking at one point our POTUS was going to send.
Mm-hmm. Right, right.
And that was to happen on a Friday, and I don't know. That hasn't happened yet.
No.
So obviously we're not far enough along in the movie.
Yeah. And for us to want it to be on our timeline is definitely a part of a part of the our ego that wants it when we want it. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing to overcome here, because I can guarantee you guys, this is just as hard on me if you knew what I was going through to go any farther. It's just as hard on me as it is to most of you. I mean, maybe some of you have it harder than me, I'm sure. But this is a very difficult time for all of us. But we have to stay strong on our beliefs, because I can't give up all of the timestamps and everything that have hit in recent times.
Mm-hmm.
Even though we say, well, yeah, nothing happens. It does happen. And right now you just saw, an inauguration 2 days ago where I don't believe any one of those people were real.
Yeah.
When you learn to identify people impersonating other people, then there had to be a reason to have that. I think the Patriots are in control. And they're just doing this. But that also led me to another distressing thought, was that it's got to get even more absurd to get our friends who are not awake to actually want
So the
to
question
come
is,
to.
when will it be enough? When do we just say, to hell with them, if they don't wake up, it's their own problem, and we'll deal with the aftermath? But I will say this, that the caution that they're taking, so people's heads don't explode all over the sidewalk, is pretty impressive when you think about it, and especially the way that they're kind of slowly awakening these people.
Absolutely.
Right.
I mean, they're doing everything they can to do it safely and securely and with the least amount of damage.
Yeah, exactly. So the thing I wanted to show you, that's a great dive. Now, from that dive, okay, if we're looking at where's my sheet here?
Oh, that was weird.
What's that?
Oh, this is really, my computer's been really acting up.
Did you go anywhere else from this the 179?
Well, like I said, I just started this, so we can dive it quick together. If we don't see anything, we'll pull out, get out. But 818 was particularly interesting. I was just kind of looking over it.
And also Game Theory 817, because that's also there.
Yeah. Level laws.
If 818 speaks to us, right?
Well, we keep waiting because we know that the MSM has to go down, right?
Yeah.
And this deals with that, but it's hard to put relevance together, but the last thing that 17 says is like, libel laws, end of mainstream media. So this is what we're looking for.
So the 818 is the Scott Israel's deputies. What do you think is Who do you think is leaking the info? Take a wild guess. Analyze shooter, pawn, voices in his head. We know. We were taking action behind the scenes. CNN was set up. Stupid. Liberal laws, end of MSM, right? This was what I was saying at the beginning of the show, is that this is the thing that's got to be taken care of, and it's got to be taken care of in a way where people are realizing it themselves, because we can't tell them. We'll talk till we're blue in the face, and they're not going to hear it from us. This is interesting too, the 817, because it shows that there's no justice here. There's nothing that's really being done with the Parkland shooting, and how, who do you think is leaking the info? Take a wild guess. Same thing. Analyze shooter, pawn. And this is the game that the MSM plays to try to manipulate the masses, right? And analyze shooter, pawn. So we're playing a game of chess here, right? Definitely significant, because without the media, you can't sell a Parkland shooting. You can't sell that whole thing, and they have to sell this bill of goods. Otherwise, they're done. And so that's opening up, definitely.
Okay, and I took it to the other. I went to 1817 because that adds to 17. I added the 1. You went to the 817. I went to the 1817.
Okay, I'll go there. And this is fellow patriots. What you are about to learn should not only scare you, but intensify your resolve to take back control, freedom. The information that will become public will further demonstrate the criminal and corrupt, pure evil abuse of power that the Hussein administration undertook in joint efforts with domestic and foreign dignitaries. The snowball has begun rolling. There is no stopping it now. D5. Stay the course and trust the plan. Protective measures are in place. Remain brave. We knew this day would come. United we stand. Where we go, worldwide. Where we go one, we go all. We fight conspiracy no more. Right? Stay the course and trust the plan. By the way, the snowball has been begun rolling. There's no stopping it now. D5. Did you hear Biden say that he wanted to get the symbol for Delaware on his tattooed on his heart, which is DE, which is also D5.
Yep.
So are we getting clues from this man, right? I want to find that video of supposedly Hunter breaking in to his father being interviewed. I think that would be very poignant right now. If you guys have that, please send it to me.
I do.
You do? Cool.
Yep.
And you haven't sent it to me yet, right? Or did you?
I don't know if I did for sure.
I don't think
I'm
so.
going to check. I know I sent it to Cindy because I was like, what the heck? And this is the guy that I actually got it from. Why is Cindy not anymore on? What? I can't find Cindy on my...
On your what?
Did Cindy get taken down?
What, on... I still show her on Messenger. Well, in the show chat. Let me see if she's here. Is she Cindy Johnson or Cynthia on Facebook, Fascist Book?
I think it's just Cindy.
Okay.
Because usually I type CY and she comes up.
This is weird. She's not coming up for me.
No. Hey, babe.
What?
Are you still on Facebook and Messenger? Because I can't find you.
It was.
I know it was, but I put you in and you're not showing up. You are Cindy
I'm not
Johnson,
seeing you
right?
either.
Yeah, but that's your thing on a chat. You didn't change. When I type Cindy and you come up usually.
No, Patriot Mama and then space CJ.
Well, what the?
Oh, you changed it.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I didn't get that. I didn't get that email. Did you, Todd?
No.
Sorry.
Oh my God. Okay. Now I think we've got it. Oh.
I changed my name on Facebook too to You'll Never Find Me, Dave.
Well, I just sent her stuff today, and it worked.
Uh-huh.
Sure you did.
I did. I sent you the stuff.
This is it. You guys are fired. Robin sent it to me.
That's
Sent it
good.
to me. Yeah.
Fine, forget it.
Thank you, Robin. Okay, so here we go. This is
team response team.
By the way, I think this woman who's doing the sign language, I think she's really deaf, but her facial expressions are priceless too. Yeah, so let's watch this.
She's going to be the director for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and Dr. Cole Effort.
Man, what happened? Let's try that again.
Response team. Dr. Tony Fauci, our chief COVID medical advisor. Javier Becerra, excuse me, our nominee for Secretary of Health.
So just so you know my life, as
Dr.
we're waiting
Rick
to do
Murphy,
this,
our
I just
nominee for
agreed
Surgeon
to
General. Dr. Rochelle
plea sentence
Walensky,
for
she's going to be the director for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. And Becerra, excuse me,
Listen
our
again.
Nominee for Secretary of Health.
So just so you know my
Services.
life, as
Dr.
we're waiting
Rick
to do
Murphy,
this,
our
I just
nominee for
agreed
Surgeon
to
General. Dr. Rochelle
plea sentence
Walensky,
for,
she's going to be the director for the Centers for
A plea sentence.
to do this.
Murphy,
I
our
just
nominee for
agreed
Surgeon
to
General. Dr. Rochelle
plea sentence
Walensky,
for,
she's going to be the director for the Centers.
So the speculation is that this is
I
Hunter.
just agreed to
Dr. Rochelle
plea sentence
Walensky,
for,
she's going to be the director for the Centers for Disease Control.
Now let's see if we can find. Hunter Biden. And let's see what we can. Let me see. Man, there's a lot of material on this dude, but here we go.
Four Roses was born of a love story that
What happened? Oh, that's great.
began way back in 1888.
26
Beginning with the
seconds.
Southern Belle's corsage of four red roses,
You gotta be
over
kidding.
130 years later, the love continues.
I'm sorry.
And you can taste the dedication and devotion in every sip. This Valentine's Day is we celebrate great love stories. Make Four Roses small batch part of yours. Four Roses, the bourbon of Valentine's.
So
since
listen to Hunter's
1888.
voice and let's see
Be
if we
mellow.
can figure
Be
it out if
responsible.
that was actually him. What's going on? Where's the audio?
But that's, I don't think that there's a lot of things that would have happened in my life that if my last name wasn't Biden.
Why did you leave the board in April?
It's a 5-year term.
And you chose not to
I chose
continue.
not to. Yeah.
Why?
I think it's pretty obvious why.
This is your opportunity to say why.
Well, because I think that this is what becomes a distraction, because I have to sit here and answer these questions. And so that's why I've committed that I won't serve on any boards, or I won't work directly for any foreign entities when my dad becomes president. What I regret is not taking into account.
All right, let's listen to the video again and see if we can pick up. Where was that? Here it is.
Chief COVID Medical Advisor, Javier Becerra, excuse me, our nominee for Secretary of Health.
So just so you know, my life, as we're waiting to do this, I just agreed.
At some point tonight, he called the idea that he ridiculous conspiracy. He says the president and Rudy Giuliani are pursuing a ridiculous conspiracy. He said he had no ethical labs overseas.
Was to be on the board of Burisma.
I don't know, probably not. But that's, I don't think that there's a lot of things that would have happened in my life that if my last name wasn't Biden.
Why?
Waiting to do this, I just agreed to.
Dr. Rochelle Walensky, she's going to be the director.
As we're waiting to do this, I just agreed to.
Dr. Rochelle Walensky,
as we're waiting to do this, I just agreed to.
Why did you leave the board in April?
It's a 5-year term.
And you chose not to
I chose
continue.
not to. Yeah.
Why?
I think it's pretty obvious why.
This is your opportunity.
What do you think, Sneds? What do you guys think about that? You think that's Biden's Hunter's voice? It does sound like him, doesn't it?
It does sound like him, and it also makes sense that if the Patriots were in control, that would be up. But also what's weird is I went to the whitehouse.gov to find that, and the video's not there that I could find.
Oh, interesting. That the video right here is not there. And which is, by the way, this is Biden's delivers remarks on the CV. Can you guys find this on whitehouse.org or anything? I'd say we had about probably 80% of you thought it was him. Maybe another 5-10% thought, kind of, maybe. And probably 10% no. This is kind of what I'm seeing. But it, it definitely could be, right? Now, the reason why this is so intriguing, guys, and I'm going to play it one more time. Hold on.
So just so you know, my life, as we're waiting to do this, I just agreed to.
Dr. Rochelle Walensky, she's going to be the director.
A plea sentence for something. I can't hear that.
She's going to be the director for the Centers for Dr. Rochelle Walensky. She's going to be the director for the Center General. Dr. Rochelle Walensky. She's going to be the director for the Centers for Disease.
So he accepted a plea sentence, right? So the theory here is that, I think Biden really loves his son. I think that he, probably regrets a lot of decisions he made in his life. And I think he really loves Hunter, despite Hunter being a total screw-up.
Well, the first part of that was, my life.
You mean when he came on, you mean?
Yeah, who else's life do we know much more about than his?
For Secretary of Health.
So just so you know, my life,
based on what's in his laptop.
Well, I see it coming as a little differently. Let's listen one more time.
For Secretary of Health.
So just so you know, my life, as we're waiting to do this, I just agreed to.
Okay, so and Fuzzy Wuzzy says he thinks 80% are saying no on YouTube. Yeah, he said please sentence. Rumor Patrick Byrne. I don't think that's Byrne.
But isn't a please sentence a very strange way of putting it too? I mean, it almost. I didn't get a chance to. I heard it earlier today. I didn't get a chance to hear the beginning, but I thought it said something. What was the quote at the very beginning? Something about life.
Florence, we're not trying to figure out if the father and son sound alike. We're trying to figure out if this voice that's butted in on Biden's speech is the same voice that was in an interview, prior. What's that, Todd?
I didn't get a chance to hear it. I've got these devices going, and I couldn't get back and forth quick enough.
So let's just say it is. Then that kind of goes along the lines of, Biden is on board with a deal to save their lives, although they'll still go to prison, but save their lives in exchange for confessing to all the things that are going on. Because to me, how much more proof do we need that this is going on? Because if we're going to hear Biden's actual confessions, if we're going to actually see the evidence of his guilt and hear it in his own words, and Hunter's own words, that's going to be a very, very different thing. Alana, yes, Q said no deals, right? But here's the thing, Alana. I think when I say a deal, I think a real deal would be like they don't go to prison or they don't go to Gitmo. Whereas I think the only deal that we've kind of seen, and I can't remember if this is outside or inside comms, quite honestly, is that if they're willing to help awaken the public, that they'll get life in prison versus execution. Like, that's the only wiggle room I think they have.
Or the shot instead of the blast,
Yeah, that kind of deal, right? Like we'll allow you to die peacefully rather than a firing squad or hanging, right? That kind of thing, right? So those are the kind of deals, right? Those are the kind of deals. But the reason why I'm spending time on this is because if that is Hunter, then it goes along with the theory that they are playing along, which we already believe that's happening anyway. We just don't know at what extent. And that the white hats are in control. And 17's been saying, by the way, the white hats have been in control for a very long time. So, I mean, back to November 2017, they were saying the white hats were in control.
Yeah, and I think by that they meant strings were cut early.
Right.
And that means the financing's been drying up this whole time. There's obviously a lot of money there because of who they were dealing with.
Yeah.
But the main players, are drying up. So.
Yeah.
And again, you have to go to why did we have to watch a show at an inauguration?
Yeah.
It makes sense to me in every way that this is white hats in control.
Yeah.
And it's just the awakening process. It sucks for everybody. We got to wait for them to get there.
Sounds like Hunter is saying, just so you know, my life as we are waiting to do this, I just agreed to a police sentence. So at any rate, we'll see what happens, but very odd that Biden is being cut into. And also just so many odd things about Biden and what's going on right now. With the White House, with the different the Castle Rock, so I wanted to take you to this drop, Todd, and this was from one of the Snedheads here. And where'd it go? I lost my way here. Let's see. Here it is. Okay. So there are a couple of things we got to get into. One of them is the bankrupt U.S. And the and how we're coming out of a corporation and into the republic, right? All right, let me get to this. It's hard. There we go. Let me see. Okay, this is it. So this is from Darren C. I'm going to put it up on the screen, but I'll read it to you, Todd. And that is, there was a kind of a dig into 17 drop 4821. Okay, and 4821 is the October 2020. What happens if Biden became POTUS? Okay, you didn't know 17, went down this road, probably. Knowing he, through Hunter +2, took massive amounts of bribes to change, look the other way, U.S. policy towards China in favor of China. Would China own and control the White House? Domestic traitor infiltrates White House equals foreign occupation and treason. And that's why we've talked about 11.3, 11.4, because those military codes they have that shows foreign occupation. Okay, talks about foreign occupation. 2609 drop, is there a plan in place for after Trump? That was from an Anon. And Q says yes. 17 says, okay?
Yep.
Now, let enemy assume presidency so new laws safeguarding elections are instituted. So we go to 11. If outside agency infiltrates U.S. presidency, foreign election interference, military takes over government. This was from number 11 back to October 2017. Key, military intelligence versus FBI, CIA, NSA. Again, this is a 17 drop. So no approval or congressional oversight. State secrets upheld under Supreme Court. Who is the commander-in-chief of the military? The POTUS. Under what article can the president impose military intelligence takeover investigations for the three-letter agencies? What conditions must present itself goes back up to if an outside agency infiltrates U.S. presidency, a foreign agency, Communist China. Why is this so very important? Who surrounds POTUS? Generals, military. They lost this very important power, meaning the deep state, the one area of the government not corrupt and directly serves POTUS. Okay? So then we go to 4951. You'll see why in a second. Shall we play a game? That was the computer asking Matthew Broderick and Ali Sheedy in War Games back in the 80s. Nothing can stop what is coming. NCSWIC, that's the CISA arm of the election fraud investigation. Who stepped down today forced? This goes to Brian Ware, who was forced out of CISA because he said it was the most secure election in our nation's history. How do you show the public the truth? I'm sorry, let me back up. More coming? Why is this relevant? How do you show the public the truth? Are more coming? Yes, Gina Haspel, so many more. Back in this particular one was November 2020, but there's been many that have been exposed and gotten rid of. How do you safeguard U.S. elections post POTUS. Okay, this is tied into the domestic occupation, which 17 alerted us to with the 11.3, 11.4, 11.6. How do you remove foreign interference and corruption and install U.S.-owned voter ID laws and other safeguards? Okay? It had to be this way. Sometimes you must walk through the darkness before you see the light. I would ask this of you. And this is important for Todd and I and Sydney to go over as well, and that is when you're really challenging the narrative, like why is it taking so long, or all these different options. Why do we have to live through this? Okay, when you're dealing with that kind of thought process, I would just remind ourselves that as much as we know about what's going on, there is a mountain that we do not. There's just so much information that we don't know, okay? And that is the reality of the situation. And when you don't know a lot about what's going on, it's really hard to make predictions, okay? It's really hard to make predictions, okay? This is the only way to red pill Main Street into understanding how corrupt American politics has become. Sometimes you have to walk through the darkness to see the light. Awesome. Okay. If a domestic agent, traitor, is elected to presidency, U.S. military takes over, government institutes martial law, shuts off propaganda arms, communicates through EBS, and conducts military tribunals. So that was from Darren C. Thank you, Darren, for that. Love to know the original source on that. If it was on a Twitter or something, that would be cool. Thoughts on that, Todd?
Yeah, that's awesome. That's all relevant. And they always say we have more than we know, so that's why we keep looking, because there could be somewhere in here a key that unlocks the map. But as I related earlier, I think that it's news related though, so that we can only go at certain speeds. So that's why we can't get over our skis and start predicting, tomorrow's the day. I think we've learned our lesson on that. We can think bigger picture. Now, when you think big picture, the 40,000-foot view, the ultimate goal for this is to have as little bloodshed as possible at the end of the day. Have a bloodless revolution to take our country back to the 1776 Constitution.
Yeah.
And to do it with as little bloodshed as possible, I think they're doing an unbelievable job. I think if they would have pulled the trigger at any other time, previous, that you would have seen our friends even erupt. Or not, even if they don't erupt, might just freak out and not listen to anybody and not understand. And I think there's going to be a mass pop event, which Q has said, look for a mass pop event that will get everybody on board. So and we can all speculate what that is, but until we know, we'll know it when we see it.
Yeah.
But we're not going to see it. I don't think it's something. We can speculate. Will it be George Floyd coming back from the dead? Will it be John F. Kennedy Jr. popping up and saying, "Hey, somebody coming back from the dead is pretty mass pop event, right?"
We can pretty much agree that whatever it is, it's going to shake the public awake to the fact that they've been lied to about a great many things. And so there's going to be one big thing that they're going to see what they've been lied to, like George Floyd, for example, right? Or JFK Jr. And then there's going to be a trust of those people, having lived through what they lived through, that they're now going to let everybody know what's really going on. And so there's going to be a heightened sense of trust with anybody that comes forward that's not supposed to be here, right? And was buried by the So
well, here it is, Dave.
Yeah.
You might want to just take a quick look. Punch in mass pop in your search bar, and there's 4 posts that talk about what we're talking.
Excuse me. On Q or in regular DuckDuckGo?
On Q. Mass pop on Q.
Mass pop on Q. All right.
Yeah. And this is what we're waiting for, I believe. I think we're in a holding pattern right now until we get this.
And by the way, Cynthia Mann says darkness is right now with the fake line Biden idiot in President Trump's office. So that's a really, really good theory, Cynthia. I like that because, and by the way, Humphreys, Facebook is pushing porn and turning on location on our phones, on conservatives' phones. I have proof. Interesting. Where's your proof, and can you get it to me? Have you emailed it maybe, and I'm not seeing it? And then we'll come back to that. But thank you. I just wanted to let you know I saw that. Interesting theory, right, Cynthia, with the 10 Days of Darkness. Maybe the darkness is how everyone feels, knowing that Biden is the president, or he's in office or whatever.
Right.
And at any time, maybe that is going to be extended, or we'll actually have the internet down so that they can communicate directly right to us. Now, so the mass pipe pop goes back to 4566. Most impressive argument. Maxwell is not a big enough name to trigger a mass awakening. That I agree. Counter argument. Yep. Do not make statements based on assumption of worth and or value. Do not think today, but rather after today. One leads to another, to another, to another. One leads to many. Crimes against children equals common denominator. No matter political affiliation, mass population awakening, have faith in humanity. Yes. When you were saying the thing that would wake everybody up, I was thinking crimes against children. That's going to be, that's a non-starter. Like, you can't have a conversation with a Dem. And that's what I've said that to people too that have voted for Biden or whatever. It's like, you voted for a group of people that are doing really horrendous things to children. So congratulations. So and have faith in humanity. That's also really important factor here. 3825 says, what happens when the mass population witnesses no political spin, fake news cannot censor State of the Union address, the anti-American actions of the left firsthand. The silent war continues. Are they witnessing it firsthand now? Yes, we are. Were we witnessing it a year ago? Yeah, we were. Right?
Absolutely.
But now they have the POTUS, they have the House, and they've got the Senate. Right? So now, in a very short period of time, you could see how much activity there is in the direction against the I just lost my place. But Kathy says, the darkness is not being able to hear from POTUS. 2 days so far. Interesting, Kathy. That's interesting. I like that thinking too. And then 3717, first indictment, unseal, will trigger mass population awakening. First arrest will verify action and confirm future direction. They will fight, but you are ready. Marker 9. Marker 9.
Yeah, when I read this, I thought marker 9. Because we've been, we had 6 markers when it came to the red.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh. Huh. I wonder if those that didn't have numbers, that was red line, or that was red. What was that? my God, my computer just went absolutely nuts.
Wow. Yeah.
What was that? What was the number of that? We were just going to it 50 times a day.
All the red, 4414.
Yeah. Okay. God. Brain fry.
Well, we've got a lot going on. Let's see. Future marker. Carry direct relay Iran. Post future marker. Future marker. Ray is a sleeper, but that's from an Anon. Thanks for confirming. Coates bad, Radcliffe good, sleepers present, problems regarding staff fills, more coming. Okay. We're looking for markers, guys. Marker 1 set, that was the 449 with the watch. Marker 2 is 305 set. Markers matter. Marker 1 complete. And that's complete. 337. Zero marker. Markers matter. A lot of markers. Okay.
Kill brackets.
1111 provided a strategic marker. What must happen pre-1111, post midterms, red wave coming, strength, justice. Somebody was just talking about 1111. Oh, Sandoof, sorry. Damn it. I didn't have them with me on the drops. Damn it. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. So we were up here at these, let me take you back to what we were looking at. And I'll backtrack here. We went to mass population awakening. So we went through these 3 drops. And then the first indictment, unseal, right? Because there's many sealed indictments, guys. And so when they unsealed the big one, it'll trigger a mass population awakening. First arrest will verify action and confirm future direction. They will fight, but you are ready. Marker 9. Yeah, so we don't understand what that is unless marker 9 is obviously after red 6, right? So that's a possibility.
Yeah, because there's 2 more after. There's USS Castle Rock, but I don't. That would be 8 if you didn't put markers by them.
Say that again.
See how they have the other markers, red 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Mm-hmm.
Secretary of Defense instruct 1, right. But then you have unmarked U.S. Secret Service and then Castle Rock. But I don't know what that would be 7 and 8 if you were to numeralize them.
This is what we're looking at. EAM loyalists, red 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Yeah, exactly. If the Secret Service and Castle Rock were separate, right? But why would they?
Q, if Q could be marker 9.
Yeah. But we also do have other markers. We have other, if as we search the markers, we've got, marker 1, marker 0, marker 2, marker 1 complete. Okay. The clock is ticking. If we are merely a so-called conspiracy fake news narrative, why the daily attacks by the biggest media companies in the world attempt to control? You are the news now. So, the markers matter. Quite a few markers here. Markers of sorts. Okay. Dark to light, 107 marker. 1111 provided as a strategic marker. Reminder, Iran is next marker. Let's see, that's a big one. Macron's sole purpose, White House visit, was to convince POTUS on behalf of the EU to remain in the Iran deal. Okay. A lot of markers here, bud.
Yeah.
The connection is, let me see, hold on. Okay. 11:14, I want to read this. This is from an Anon, right, talking to 17, right? Let's see. Tell Dave what? What'd you guys need me to see? Okay. Let's see. Uni, I want to pull that up too. Let me see. 3791. What led you to 3791? Sophie, Uni Sophie. And I'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. Okay. So let me see. Let's see. Tell Dave what would you guys need me to see? Let's see. Steve, you're not digging the chat. Chat got to go. Is there something in the chat that's bothering you, or you just don't like all the chat? Chris Miller resigned. Really? Because he's not officially out yet, right?
Not that I'd heard.
Yeah. I'm still, they're saying he was the acting Secretary of Defense until January 20th. Okay. But I haven't seen the information. Will you send me the information on that? Okay. Let's see. 2 leaks. Yeah, we'll do, Ezra. I saw that. I'm going to go back to it, by the way. Do the 10 days of darkness. Let's see. Marker 9. 773 and 774. Proud Mama. Let me check that out, too. I'm going to pull that up as well. Okay, so, but back to let me go back to the markers for a second. So we're seeing all these markers, right, that are very important. But let me read, an Anon is communicating to 17 here. I get the basic chemical connection, but baby on floor, etc. doesn't make the connection to chemical false flag in Syria to me, unless baby on floor means F, fall, and hand and mouth means F, feed. The connection is simply chlorine, not false flag. Keep in mind that every crumb is not meant to be solved before the event. Keep in mind that every crumb is not meant to be solved before the event. Some of the drops are things for Anons to dig on and make connections with. Others are markers for future reference. Future proves past. Some drops are just simply communication to the anons. What needs to be understood to appreciate what's going on here is the fact that 17 is basically creating a circular flow diagram that can be referenced and cross-checked with news releases. 17 can't just disclose specifics about a situation or operation without violating security protocol. Instead, they drop questions and statements that lead to answers that can be understood once the subject becomes public. This provides the validation necessary for the public to believe the Great Awakening is legit. Disinformation and misdirection with Q is real. In other words, Q is pointing over there, but really the focus is here. And only until you publicly get the news can you go back and understand. Think Saudi Arabia drops. All of this is accomplished without giving up specific details about the operation. It's quite genius. And I would agree.
Yeah, that's the news unlocks the map.
Yes.
That's what I was saying. We won't know. And today was the first time that I was able to, I think, use a marker to predict the stock market numbers.
You used the marker to predict, or they used the marker to predict?
I used the drop to predict what was going to happen today and the numbers in the Dow.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
So I was a little bit ahead of it, but that's not going to be the way it's going to be. Yep. You know, that was kind of a bump in the night type of thing. I'm not going to get ahead of it because the news, as the news comes out, we punch it in here as the relevance, and then we're always working backwards.
Right. One of the markers, by the way, that pops up is 635, January 27th, 2018. So we're talking about a 3-year marker from January 7th. January 27. January 27 is in 5 days on Wednesday. And it says, holy shit, guys, with a Q. We just got the 1-minute marker at your stations, Anons. And then 17 says, mourn, murder, heart attack, coincidence?
Wow.
We were just at that. And that was the Rothschild.
Yep.
Rothschild guy. And maybe something's going to happen next Wednesday or next Tuesday as well, or between now and then. So this is we wanted to come down here because the markers. Here's one that says, is 19 a marker for FBI? Okay. Trump just tweeted 22-minute delta marker. We've got those kind of markers, the deltas. Okay. So there's a pen. Follow the pen. Marker missed. Rod Rosenstein out. POTUS tweet. Rod Rosenstein out. Why is this relevant? Missing 10 marker from past. Missing 15 marker from past. Let's go to these drops, and we were going to these drops for a few reasons. One, because this is a delta for tomorrow is 3791, and it says, worth remembering, the day the public learned 4 FISAs, December 9th, 2019, Anons, August 31st, 2018. That's when the Anons found out because it was from 17. The day the public learned illegal surveillance targeting of Carter Page, 2, ? January 23rd, 2020. Cruz, important markers to remember, watch the news. Cruz is in kill brackets. Okay? So the day the public learned illegal surveillance targeting of Page, and then goes to January 23rd. Okay? Now, the 774, I can't remember why somebody wanted me to go there, but this is basically getting into Project MKUltra, which is the mind control program started by the military. The CIA convinced Allen Memorial Institute to allow a series of mind control tests on 9 patients in a Montreal school as part of their ongoing project MKUltra 7. By the way, MKUltra is a combination of neurolinguistic programming, hypnosis, and LSD to people who have had a history of abuse, physical, mental, and verbal abuse when they're children, so that they learn to go to a place, to create a room that they can go to, get through the abuse, and then close that door, and then come back out and then go to school and go play with their friends and things like that. And so this is called a multi-personality disorder, but in actuality, it's not personalities. It's a fragmented mind that that they were aware that they were able to tap into. And so what they would do was they would put somebody in hypnosis, use LSD, and they would hypnotize them, have them go to that room, open the door, or create another room, and then they would put a memory in there. They would put a directive in there, like you're to go assassinate this person, or you're supposed to go there, and all the details. Then they would close that door, and then there was a key to unlock that door. And the key was mnemonic. The key was, a dozen roses, or something less obvious, like 15 roses, right? So when they were on a business trip for their company or whatever, which was a front for them being in the CIA, okay, then that would take them places that the CIA would need to get something done. They would call up this person and they would say 15 roses. And then that person would, boom, click, go unlock that door, open that door, pull out all the information of what they're supposed to do, where they're supposed to do it. Oh, I actually have a gun here, I have this or that. And then go and do that job, and then come back from that job, the door closes, and that memory is gone. And so they're able to use this for sex slaves, information slaves, and assassins, and that is the now declassified MKUltra program. And so I've told you the story about Howard Boart and how he was the first one to ever deprogram an MKUltra victim through hypnosis. And he told me this story about how this all happened. He wrote a book called Operation Mind Control. And this is how they use MKUltra to have somebody like do a school shooting, or do a false thing of the flag. And so so this is very, very, very important. And so the experiments that they're talking about in this drop, and I'm going off on topic for this for a reason here, and I'll get to the reason here in a minute. But the experiments were exported to Canada when the CIA recruited Scottish psychiatrist Donald Ewan Cameron, creator of the psychic driving concept, which the CIA found particularly interesting. Cameron had been hoping to correct schizophrenia by erasing existing memories and reprogramming the psyche. He commuted from Albany, New York to Montreal every week and was paid $69,000 from 1957 to 64 to carry out MKUltra experiments there. In addition to LSD, basically they discovered that this was a military program, by the way, that we got from Operation Paperclip after World War II from the Nazis, and then it became the military. I'll give you an example. Do you think Scientology is a little weird? Do you think it's a little whacked out, like, the kind of programming that they did? Guess what? L. Ron Hubbard was in the military. L. Ron Hubbard was a part of the MK Ultra program. That's where L. Ron Hubbard learned about neurolinguistic programming and how to basically convince people to do almost anything. Okay, Cameron also experimented with various paralytic drugs as well as electroconvulsive therapy as at 30 to 40 times the normal power. His drive-in experiments consisted of putting subjects into drug-induced coma for weeks at a time, up to 3 months in one case, while playing tape loops of noise or simple repetitive statements. His experiments were typically carried out on patients who had entered the institute for minor problems such as anxiety disorders and postpartum depression, many of whom suffered permanently from his actions. His treatments resulted in victims' incontinence, amnesia, forgetting how to talk, forgetting their parents, and thinking their interrogators were their parents. When lawsuits commenced in 1986, the Canadian government denied having any knowledge that Cameron was being sponsored by the CIA, which is a crock of shit. Have any recent shooters received therapy in the past? Be the autist we know you are. You were chosen for a specific reason. Discoveries must be original organically, hive mind. Okay, so the MK Ultra program is still being used to get people to do certain things, and then it's safe with them because then they lock it away, unless, of course, they are deprogrammed, and then they're able to tap into some of that information that was there to begin with, and so that the reason why I bring that up, folks, is because 17 is quite aware, is quite aware of the power of MK Ultra mind control. And 17, being that aware, it understands that the MK Ultra technology and the repetitiveness, and let me say it again, the repetitiveness is a way to indoctrinate and to basically hypnotize. Why can't you get your spouse to understand what's really going on? Because they've been hypnotized. Every time they turn on the TV, the radio, they go and they pump gas and there's a screen on there that's showing them something. The airports at CNN, the newspaper that's delivered, the billboards that are up. They are caught in this matrix of continuous programming in the direction that the deep state wants you to go and believe in. So 17 is well aware of the power of this. It's the force. Neurolinguistic programming is the force. You can either use it for good or you can use it for evil. Okay? I'll give you an example. The process that we do at the beginning is a form of neurolinguistic programming, because what we're doing is we're telling ourselves, let me put all this stuff that I normally carry with me into every situation, let me just set it aside just for a moment. Let me just set it aside just for a moment so that I can be free of that and then tap into some information and find out what's this. Now, in a situation where the person talking to you, like me, doesn't want you thinking for yourself, that's when it can become dangerous, because you're open to suggestion of something that you may not be into. Okay? So, but if the person is saying, think for yourself, challenge me, challenge what I'm saying here. Go do your own research. Talk to other people about what we're talking about. That's a different story. That's using the force for good, if you will. And then also being able to go and get your stuff and take it with you, whatever you want to take with you. Okay? So the reason why I went down this path is because 17 understands the power of the matrix, the power of the indoctrination. So, understanding this, okay, you can shock people literally into schizophrenia that have been exposed to this kind of manipulation. You're hearing about how they were incontinent and they had problems the rest of their life, forgetting how to talk, forgetting their parents, okay? They're forgetting how to think. This is done by the mainstream media to control the population, to control the masses. And when you combine the matrix of the indoctrination in with, dumbing us down with fluoride, calcifying our pineal gland, lowering our IQ, making us passive with the fluoride in the water, affecting our brain with the chemicals in the air, the chemtrails with the aluminum and the barium and the strontium, cooking on aluminum cookware where we get aluminum into our brain, drinking out of cans, beer cans, kegs, aluminum getting into our system, these toxic chemicals, vaccines with the aluminum, with the thimerosal mercury that breaks the blood-brain barrier, getting these COVID tests which are scratching the front of our brain, not the front of our brain, but the area of our brain that leads right to the pineal gland, right by the pineal gland and right at the blood-brain barrier. Okay, so all of these things are meant to weaken us, while at the same time they're piling on the indoctrination. If 17 has a real good handle on this, like we know he does based on this research and based on asking the Anons what to do, then 17 knows how to get people off the ledge, get people out of the indoctrination without shocking their system so much that they freak out. That's what's happening right now. That's why this continuation is happening, because the people need to see for themselves that the decisions that they're making have not been their own and have not been very effective, because Joe Biden's about to sweep away all the things that we advanced to. He's ruined things. But he's not, is he really? Like, what power does he really have? What power are they allowing him? Is this like a temporary thing? I think so, where they're allowing him to play, what did I say months ago when he and Kamala started playing White House together? Like, let's have a tea party in the fake Oval Office, and then we're actually seeing him in a fake Oval Office. All right, so lot going on here, a lot to unpack. But just the understanding that 17 has around mind control is so very valuable. So very valuable that we get why, maybe, that they're doing it the way they are doing it. Went off on a little rant there, Todd, but any thoughts on that?
Oh, I was just on my little drop fly. I don't even know how many posts I went through that were linked together. I mean, I'm probably 50 deep. I think everything we need to know is right in front of us. I think we gotta wait. We just gotta wait. We gotta keep everybody calm. I know it gets harder every time, but this is a war, and what you just said is the end game is to have the least amount of casualties, just like a real war. You plan and you strategize for the most damage against your opponent and the least damage on yourself. So I think that what we're seeing is we have to be patient and suck it up and let them do their work.
Yes. And without completely, throwing them under the bus.
Right.
Like, come on, guys. Like, O ye of little faith. It's very disappointing to see much of it.
It is. I mean, but it's part of the indoctrination also to not even believe your own eyes.
Yeah.
We all know how absurd this whole situation is.
Yes.
As we sit right now, there's never been anything in the history of our country that can compare to this moment right now, where you have play actors pretending to be president and vice president, and the media is sucking it up and praising them for everything that they do, no matter how stupid it is. And then you see proposed bills in the House of $3 trillion that give money right to our enemies.
Yep.
That the Michigan representative, Huizenga, did you see that today?
Say it again, Huizenga? What?
The Michigan representative was talking about how absurd it was that the Democrats only gave him 1 minute to try to defend against a proposed $3 trillion bill that gave money to Iran, Syria, and Russia and China.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
I mean, this can't be real.
No, it can't be. Yeah.
I mean, even if they were half smart, they would just wait a little bit. It's almost like having the Chinese guy follow him around the whole time. You don't think Dems thought, what's that Chinese guy following him around for? Did we make a mistake?
Yeah.
Somebody thought that. And then there were other guys that probably said, man, Bill looks tall, or Hillary's short, and why are they wearing those dresses? I mean, it's a drip, 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 and I want a fire hose, but I'm not giving up my position. I'm dug into my foxhole. That's it.
Yep, exactly. Hey, Darren said Bohemian Grove was sold on January 20th, 2021. It's called Belanoff Glamis Group International and Rosabelle Industries have sold all interest in the Monte Rio property. Having disposed of our property rights, Glamis hereby ceases to provide any oversight for the property or the activities of BGC. Grand Guardian hereby withdraws any support previously provided. Interesting. They've sold that. They've sold the Black Forest, right? A lot of big stuff going on. Okay.
You don't think that Belanoff could be Somerset Belanoff? Do you think their funds are drying up, folks? What do you think's going on with that? Yeah. If you're basically a trillionaire family, why would you have to sell property?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what poor people do.
This is Belanoff, Lady Belanoff, Countess of Banbury and Arran. Glamis Castle and Forfar. A lot of money in this family.
You remember that little dive I did on Somerset Belanoff, though,
yes,
right?
Yes. On the
About
positive
how
side,
powerful, how powerful she was or is. I don't know. I mean, who knows?
It's Somerset,
but she was the one that had so much. Yeah, she had so much power. This is a story. I couldn't confirm it, but the story was that there was a small rebellion against her, and she was powerful enough to order 12 people to go up to the top of a castle in Scotland and jump off while another 6 shot themselves in the head and watched. And it was virtually by order.
Yeah.
So we're talking very powerful people here.
Yep. Thank you, Amber. Appreciate that.
It's an interesting dive if you've never gone into. Somerset
Belanoff.
Somerset Belanoff,
yeah. The Zark Muckerberg. Thanks for keeping me in the game. You're welcome. You're welcome, bud. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. Appreciate that feedback. So I wanted to get to a few things here. You guys are hitting me up big time here. I've got a lot of stuff on my plate.
Yeah, I'm going to try to catch up on that too.
Yeah.
Because I know my thing's been going off like crazy.
This is Christy Kilburn again. This is one of the things I wanted to show, and you just mentioned this. This is Hillary and Bill, folks. This is back when they used to, be, and this is now. Now, if we're talking about age that has shrunk you, you're talking about maybe an inch at her height, maybe. Okay, and her hairline goes right up to the bottom of his nose. Here it's far from his nose. Okay, and could it be the shoes? Well, no. These are flats. These are boots. These have heels. These do not, from the looks of it. And if they did have a little bit of a heel, it could be a little bit of a heel there. It's not this big of a heel. Okay? It's not this big of a heel. So, something's wrong there. Bill, probably similar shoes. Okay? Probably same, like maybe half an inch or an inch. Right? Yeah, very odd happenings there at the. But what's great, guys? What's great, no matter what happens, is look at how you're looking at things. Check Dave out. He knows flats, Mary. Yeah. They're. And by the way, yeah, good call, Ruth. His feet are bigger. His feet are much bigger. Let me pull that back up. That's a great catch.
Well, it wasn't long ago we saw him, and he was talking like he was 150 years old, and now he looks like he's been working out and maybe playing a little basketball.
Yeah, exactly. And look at his reach too, like long arms. This is not. That's not Bill, dude. You were saying that before, like you were saying that live. Todd was saying that's not Bill Clinton live. That is not Bill Clinton, right?
And then did you see the ridiculous way he wore his mask on his nose and left his mouth open and then pulled it down so his nose was sticking out? And I mean, just his body language and everything was just way off.
Wow.
Yeah, that was the first when I wasn't even going to call in. I was going to let you just do your thing.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as I turned the TV on and I saw him, I was like, fake. The whole thing's fake.
Wow.
This is crazy. There's a new Trump Twitter, supposedly. Even if it's not, it is really good stuff.
Like what?
Well, check him out real quick. It's Frogman 5326Q.
Get out of here, dude. I was just there. Look at this. Look at I have it up on the screen. Frogman 5326Q. Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence Ezra Cohen Watnick. This is the one I was looking for earlier. That the Sneds were dropping to me. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So this is a picture of Ezra Cohen Watnick on a private jet. And he's, obviously using a phone. Okay. And let's look at this. Ezra says hi. Okay.
Yeah, that was from Nita Gilbert Bealsmith. Thank you, Nita.
Okay. And I think I got it from a few others as well. Let me see if I can figure it. Looks like somebody in that Kennedy Grandkids Timber video to me, but who am I? Mountain Girl says Biden kept him. Yeah, I don't know what kind of plane that is that he's on, what kind of jet. He seems content in his new job, not a care in the world. Tell him I said I love the Timber video. I love the Kennedys.
Did you see the watch?
Yes. But I didn't see the time on it. Have you blown that up?
No, I can't see the time.
Let me see. Let me see if I can do this. Yeah, it's probably going to be a problem.
I'd be interested to know who he's flying with.
Yeah. Like who those dudes are. Why can't I get this? Oh, there we go. Okay, here we go. I should be able to do this now. All right. Let's dig into this here. Let me see. Photos, that's what I want. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's go in close.
Looks like an interesting seal on the black leather, like whatever, almost like placemat.
Oh, right here.
Yeah, what is that?
It looks like some sort of a fox, maybe.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like
this is this is a presidential seal on the cup.
Yeah, it's coffee.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is yeah, maybe like a fox. What's that look like to you guys? It should be the thing facing him, most likely.
Yeah, like but it looks like a really narrow nose.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird. Could
Is
be
that
a finger?
dolphin?
No.
Is it a dolphin?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Turn it upside down. Oh gosh, it's hard to do that. I got that stupid auto rotate.
There it is.
That's a very pointy nose for a mammal. I mean, I know foxes have pointy noses, but that.
Well, it's also some kind of a.
It looks like it's breaking out of something, doesn't it? Like breaking through.
Brian says looks like a Navy SEAL emblem. Coat of arms, wings from the side, horn on its head, turtle, a wolf, Space Force logo.
They said he's tweeting right now.
Devil ears.
Oh, wow.
New tweets, too. Yeah, Jan Butler says that. Okay. Okay, let me go in close with to the watch. Let's see if we can get anything on that watch.
Yeah, 1 minute ago.
I can't tell anything on the watch. Can you guys tell anything on the watch? And let's see what we got over here. Can't really tell who this is. These people. Okay.
I like the plan here.
What's the plan?
He just tweeted 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And then 3 minutes ago and 5 minutes ago.
What's he tweeting on? Like, what's the? Are you talking about the frog guy? The
Frogman, yeah.
Frogman, okay.
Yeah.
By the way, Frogman makes sense for a Navy SEAL.
Absolutely. And how much does
Rob Butler says looks like the bad guy from Sonic the Hedgehog? Not joking. If you know how to use color inversion, you'll see what's on that watch. Philly cheese. Can someone do a color inversion and email it to me? And do I have that ability on this software? Slideshow open as, set as, view actual file info, send feedback settings. No, probably not. Maybe. No. Probably needs to go in some kind of a, what do you call it? General McInerney says that the Hunter Biden plea deal is in the works. Interesting.
Uh-oh. I'm going to check this.
Okay.
126682. If we could find
cool. Yeah.
If that number, that posting anon number is in queue, then we got something here.
If what posting anon number?
He posted like 4 minutes ago. The plan obviously included Frogman.
Mm-hmm.
Now see that 1266.
So that's pinned. Okay.
Huh?
The one with Ezra's pinned.
Yeah, but there's one that is 4 minutes ago that's from Anonymous. It was posted on 8 p.m.
Wait a minute. Okay. Hold on. First of all, we got to talk about Hank Aaron dying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you know how many home runs he hit?
Yes. There were 755.
Yep.
Hold on. Let me see.
Those numbers equal 17.
Yep. Awesome.
And he died 17 days after he took the COVID shot vaccine.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, did he?
Well, they said he took it on January 5th.
I know, but what I'm saying is...
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So let's walk down this this road here, folks. And that is Hank Aaron died today. He received the COVID vaccine 2 days ago. Some quick stats for discussion. He wore jersey number 44. Okay. 44 is the tweet, or one of the tweets. He played for a team called the Indianapolis Clowns. He had two nicknames, Hammer and Hammerin' Hank. He hit 755 career home runs, which adds up to 17. So what are the odds that Q drop 1044, 44, also think Hussein 44, would also have the word hammer in it? Hint, it's minimally a 1 in a million chance. Also check out drops with 755 in them in light of what we have been told. Okay? Additionally, Ezra Cohen-Watnick tweeted about this by retweeting the National Archives. News unlocks, symbolism will be their downfall. Okay. So if we go to 755, Military Intelligence Team, Military Intelligence Battalion, Strategic Signals Intelligence, Military Intelligence Brigade, Strategic Signals Intelligence, Designation Military Intelligence Team, Military Intelligence Brigade, Sigint, Start Sigint, okay. What was the one that had Hank in it? I forget. The 1044. 1044, right? Let me pull that one up.
Oh, wow. And you see the lone blue 88, which is double Hank?
Yes. Yes. 1044 is Hussein in this garb. Christian ring. Pixel service of a Hussein holding AK-47 in tribal attire, one of many. Net shutdown. Fake pic pushed by MSM. Videos. Fake pic, meaning they're going to say it's a fake pic. Then videos, 17's telling us to back up videos. Then they kill Google, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Yahoo, Bing, Instagram. Net will be paused. Hammer on the clock. Okay?
Hammer.
Hammer and Hank. Okay? And then you have here on the 755 a lot of military intelligence, which 17 has said military is the only way. All right? Shoot, what did I just do? Okay. Military is the only way. And so we go to 88, which, like Todd said, is double 44, which I want to go also to 44 just to remind you what that is. And we have 88, 10 days, darkness, scare tactics, MSM, Democrats falling, Republicans walk away removed, Saudi Arabia, U.S., Asia, and EU. Those are the orders. We already took care of Saudi Arabia. U.S. is next, then Asia, then the EU. Disinformation is real. We've seen a lot of that, haven't we? Distractions are necessary. Maybe they're using some of these guys to distract us. Focus was USA Today, while real happening in Saudi Arabia under same context, military control, martial law, missile strike, rogue, etc. Necessary. POTUS's Twitter attack, see above, important. Why is this relevant? What was the last tweet by POTUS prior to Saudi Arabia? Why is this relevant? Saudi Arabia 1, US 2, Asia 3, Europe 4. Where is POTUS? Why is this relevant? Military operations. Operators in U.S. Snow White, The Great Awakening, Godfather 3. 44. Before POTUS departs on Friday, he will be sending an important message via Twitter. God bless. And then, of course, that post. My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. Look to Twitter.
And who could POTUS be now in the play?
In the play could be absolutely Biden. So does it come from Biden? Is McInerney for real? I'm going to call him Big Mac. Okay, Big Mac. That's what I'm calling him from now on.
No, we love to hear it, Dave. Keep saying it.
Big Mac is he's on the prowl here with in the Telegram world, and
McInerney.
Big Mac, yeah. And General McInerney, let me, why did I say that? Let me find that for you.
Do it again, Dave. McInerney.
Oh my God. Friday, dude. Holy cow.
I know.
It's been a long week.
It's been a long year.
Oh, no kidding.
10 days of darkness.
Darn kiss.
Whatever.
So McInerney also Big Mac tweeted Ezra Cohen Watnick as well.
Another baseball reference. Big Mac.
Yes, exactly.
Holy shit, we got to go to his stats now.
and he had Tim Matheson, so wonderful to have a first lady with class and heart and can speak English. Wow, unbelievable, dude. Melania Trump speaks 6 languages. Please let this coward know. And then he said Hunter Biden plea deal is in the works. And we were just spending all that time on whether or not that was Hunter Biden's voice. And Yeah.
Frogman must be listening to the show.
Yeah. And watch this real quick.
President Harris and I were joined by members of our COVID-19 team, response team, Dr. Tony Fauci, our chief COVID medical advisor, Javier Becerra, excuse me, our nominee for Secretary of Health.
So just so you know my life, as we're waiting to do this, I just agreed to
Dr. Rochelle Walensky, she's going to be the director
for bribery
for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and Sarah, excuse me, our nominee for Secretary of Health.
So just so you know my life, as we're waiting to do this, I just agreed to
Dr. Rochelle Walensky, she's going to be the director. Vice President Harris and I, she's going to be the director.
Showing the volume to make us realize it's from the same track.
Our nominee for Secretary of Health.
So just so you know my life, as we're waiting to do this, I just agreed to
Dr. Rochelle Walensky, she's going to be the director of.
So just so you know my life, as we're waiting to do this, I just agreed to
Dr. Rochelle Walensky, she's going to be the director.
No, it really isn't. And the reason is because
I just agreed to
Dr. Rochelle Walensky, she's going to be the director.
I know where I stand with my dad. I know where I stand with my family.
So just so you know
my life. I've gone through my own struggles.
As we're waiting to do this.
The subject of Donald Trump's ire. I mean, who cares? It's not something that I go to bed nervous about at night at all. The reason I'm able to do that is because I am absolutely enveloped in love of my family. My dad doesn't have to defend me. My dad only has to love me. And my dad loves me unequivocally. I've done esteemable things and things that have been in my life that I regret. Every single one of those things has brought me exactly to where I am right now. Look, like I've said, I've been through some stuff in my life. I've been through some real stuff. This isn't real stuff. It isn't. It truly isn't. I certainly hope that there is no negative political ramifications of this. I think that the truth always wins.
Sorry. Thank you, guys. I turned it off to eat a couple almonds. Thank you, guys. So I just read this. Thank you for that. Look at you guys. You're amazing. You're amazing. Look at all the ears and the shit piles, the fire. Okay. That's my shock collar. Absolutely. While Biden is selling out our national security to the Chinese, the authoritarian left is suppressing speech at every turn and retaliating against anyone seeking the truth. So far, they have filed multiple sanctions motions against me and others on the team. multiple lawsuits, and multiple bar complaints. There are no limits to the lengths they will go in their determination to steal and conceal their theft of the presidency and subversion of the will of 80 million Americans who voted for freedom. Now, remember they got the FISA warrants to spy on Carter Page and the Donald Trump campaign, but also transferred over to him when he became president. They still were spying on him when he was president. Now, 17 has told us FISA works both ways. All of these people have been under surveillance. So what a perfect thing, okay, that they supposedly get into office and then all of a sudden Keystone, all these things, there's communication going on between Biden and the people who control him. So I'm sure that they're gathering quite a bit of evidence for these things, okay? Frogman is Sidney Powell. On the good news front, their assault on all the MyPillow vendors is backfiring beautifully. Real Mike Lindell, sales are way up. Also good news, in addition to filing opposition to suspicious sanctions motions and bar grievances for the first time in my lengthy career, those of you who have been waiting with great patience to receive signed copies of my book should be receiving yours soon. Sidney Powell. I can't imagine she's got time for a book right now. The University of Virginia will be exposed soon. It's only a matter of time. Sadistic bastards. I don't know about that. I was recruited by the University of Virginia. They had a secret organization, like a Skull and Bones type thing. Wow. The story surrounding Otto was complete bullshit. Very few people know who the Seven are. That's a secret society at the University of Virginia. The Secret Seven. I'll be exposing this later down the road while I await the death of a particular member. Total psychopath. So this is somebody who's in the know. Because most people don't even know what the Secret Seven is. And I'm just saying that because, you know, if it isn't Sidney Powell, maybe he's just, you know, sharing Sidney Powell's information. But very interesting. Yeah, Hank Aaron, 86, receives COVID-19 vaccine and hopes to inspire other black Americans to do the same. And now he's dead. Yeah, there you go. That's a shame. I remember when he broke Babe Ruth's record. And Frogman also said Hunter Biden plea deal is in the works. That's something. Wow.
It's a good thing we don't go to outside comms, huh?
This is pure Speculation Nation, folks. Welcome to Speculation Nation.
This is the second half of our show, the maybe truth part.
Yeah, exactly.
This is more fun, though.
This is fun. We do like having some fun with some speculation, no question. Let's see. It's been 3,066 days. 3,055 days. There's the 55 number.
Since Q put anything out there.
What? Yeah, exactly right.
Since Q posted.
Stevens, Woods, Doherty, Smith. We won't forget Hillary. That was the Benghazi folks.
If it does get up to 3,200 and whatever, I think by then we'll be kind of worn out.
What do you mean?
Since Q posted.
Oh, yeah.
We're waiting for
exactly.
a drop like 10 years from now.
Yeah.
I know he's going to do it. Do it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I don't have it. I really don't have it.
Hey, Susie Q sent a video. Cindy, could you maybe check that out and see if we need to see it? It's from Canada. She says, "Holy shit." Christina,
Say that
by
again
the way,
because it sounded like you were in a tunnel.
Sorry, Susie Q sent a video. Could you say it's from a video from Canada? It says,
Yes.
"Holy shit." Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Uni Sophie says 55 was mentioned by Day 1J Trumpet at 5:05 p.m. today. Let's see. Yeah, Evan, I've heard only the 7 know who they are, and that's it. I've heard that as well. Yeah, I was looking at the tag on bag AMC, but I couldn't make out anything. Airplane due to special ops. Yeah, that's Ezra Cohen-Watnick. Thank you to Christina Kamla for dropping that video of the voice recognition. That was cool to have after we had done it. They did the same comparison, right? The same video comparison. Let me see. Yeah. So this is very important, folks. This is what we looked at yesterday. Okay. And this was dropped to me by Kristen Lopez. And that is that, all those 30 executive orders that Biden signed. Okay. Here's how many Joe Biden has. 0. No executive orders issued. Trump issued 217, Obama 276. Now, how long does it take to get these into the Federal Register? Don't know. But if you guys can look into that and find out how long that takes, that would be an interesting find, okay? Because they are up on whitehouse.gov. Just wanted to make you aware of that. Christy Nance Taylor sent that to me earlier today. She had dug that up. And so I think, I don't know how many. I don't think the ones from today are, by the way. I think they take a day, right? They take a day.
Dave?
Yeah.
Would you ask Susie Q, would you please send that to my messenger, please?
And who are you?
Patriot Mama CJ.
Yeah.
That really screwed us up.
Yeah.
That was the whole plan.
Yeah. You're trying to hide from us.
Who are you? R?
Patriot Mama.
Yeah.
You're one up on Q?
Hey, of the mods, I'm still alive, so.
That's true. That's true. So you're doing something
weird.
right.
No, I don't know. I'm kind of looking at her now like, is she an agent?
Yeah, right. Right. All right, so let me pull up.
Are you a honeypot?
Remember what I said. Splendid.
11:55.
Yep. 11:55. Let me see. Okay, so I got to get into this too with you guys. A lot of the sneds are. So apparently, DC was bankrupted by Trump in 2020. Okay. Now, Pam Saylor says she thinks it was May 2020. Okay, now, my understanding of it is that they were bankrupted in 2020, and that's how he took over the Federal Reserve, and he rolled the Federal Reserve from private into public. Okay, so I do have some support on that. I think it was in May of 2020. Okay, now this is what's interesting here is that there's some bankruptcy situation going on that that it could be. Let me get back to the original on this, but that the United States of America Corporation is actually being bankrupted, and so by being bankrupted, that's how they're able to dissolve it, right? And so keep that in mind when we're hold on. I just saw something here on CNN.
Oh, I love them.
I know.
That Don Lemon. Oh my God, he's dreamy.
Don Lemon. Mark Lance just sent this to me, and I want some confirmation on this, please, because I'm in disbelief right now. Okay, and that is that CNN said, the voice of Jim Acosta, Antifa has just taken responsibility for storming Capitol Hill. That was at
there's a twist.
31:52 GMT. Timeline photos. Wow.
Well, look what Antifa's doing to Portland, or is it Portland or Seattle or wherever they're burning and breaking stuff?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they
both
just say,
Portland and
screw you,
Seattle.
we did it?
Yeah.
Yeah, just say, screw you, we did it. And then
well, they've said we don't want Biden, we want payback, right?
Yeah. They don't want Trump either, but they don't want Biden, so why wouldn't they claim it?
Yeah. Wow.
But what even they're going to find out is they're going to get what they want from Trump.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Power to the people.
By the way, before we forget this, let me see. I want to find the video of Biden with his earpiece in today. The salute the Marines. Did you drop that to me, guys, and show?
I haven't seen it.
Oh my God! Where do you hear this?
Remember, I had to work.
That's right.
I hate that.
I know, right? Behind E's head. Can you let him know? Okay, going back to the plane and look at the wall behind E's head. Yeah, I'll do that, guys. I'll go back to that picture if you want. Let me get that. That's actually in my photos, so I should be able to do it right here.
Yeah, there was a map on the wall of the U.S. I don't think it was the weather.
These old pictures that are coming up, I thought it would bring me to one of the ones that I just pulled over, and it's not. It's taking me through a bunch of old photos. Where did that go? Oh, here it is. Okay. All right, let me pull it up here for you guys. Okay. All right. So behind his head, Oh, wait a minute. There's a reflection of somebody sitting in front of him. It's Bernie wearing the mittens. No, okay. It looks like somebody might be sleeping with a mask on, with a watch on. Okay. All right. Then there's something here. Looks like it might be a reflection of a TV behind him like this, which I don't know what that's showing. My guess initially was that it would be like it's a map of where they're going, what they're flying over kind of deal. But I could be wrong. If you guys see anything else. Let's see. Flip, I'll check. I've caught all the lives. Let me check. Let me see. Oh yeah, somebody said the fake font of that CNN looked a little sketchy, and I can't imagine that they take responsibility for this. And then the bag, there's something on the bag. There's a tag, but I can't make out what that is. Yeah, a lot going on here. A lot going on, but
hey
nothing.
Dave, I think you'd be interested in this. You just read this quote, "The Man in the Arena" by Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah,
that was Frogman's last tweet.
Really?
Yeah, you just did that. What, a week ago?
2 nights ago.
Well, like I said, a week ago.
I knew I liked this frog guy.
Yeah, that's cool.
Where did oh boy, hold on. I got something from my buddy too. Where did I go? Where's my frog guy? Where's my frog guy? I gotta come back to We Rise. Here we go. Okay. See new tweets. There we go.
Wait till we have a news department, Dave.
I know, right? Breaking. This is today. We are proud to announce the formation. Hold on. Today we are proud to announce the formation of Restore the Republic PAC, which will be dedicated to supporting candidates who will fight vigorously for our constitutional rights, freedom of speech, and the sacred right of free and fair elections, said Restore the Republic PAC founder Sidney Powell. Nice. The PAC will promote candidates who fight for truth and the rule of law, and we will strenuously oppose any candidate who discards the Constitution for his own short-term or political gain, regardless of her party. 80 million people were just disenfranchised by the inauguration of president not elected by lawful votes. The Democrats abandoned their base and Republicans betrayed theirs. The American people are starved for truth, restoration of the rule of law, and even-handed accountability. Americans are fed up with the corruption in government and the elitist political class that views them with condescension and contempt. The American people deserve a voice that exposes and rejects the self-interest of political parties, the control of tech giants, and the lies of the fake news. We will be the voice for honesty, integrity, and a return to government by we the people. Join this new endeavor, co-founded by Mike Lindell and Joe Flynn at RestoreTheRepublic.pac.com. Fabulous, fabulous.
In other words, Dave, we're not gonna take it.
Exactly. And here we go. The Man in the Arena. I'm gonna read mine.
It's worth it.
You guys can see that. I'm gonna read mine. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbled, or where the doer of deeds could have done better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs and comes short again and again, who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, and spends himself in a worthy cause, who, at best, knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who, at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat. Theodore Roosevelt. Folks, we are in the arena, marred by sweat and dust and dirt and blood. We are engaged in the revolution. Think about this. When those who are cowards or losers or won't look into things themselves try to bring you down. Yeah. Karen Mack, yeah, Antifa.com goes to the White House. We've covered that a couple days ago, but thank you. Yeah. So, yeah.
And shame on her for not watching all 8 hours of every show for the last 3 days.
That's what I was thinking.
How dare she miss any of our shows?
Yeah, I love it.
Could you imagine? Here, Dave. This was what you ought to do. You ought to try to do just for fun tomorrow. Just do a 20-minute Santa surfing type show.
Okay.
I want to hear you do it. I want to hear you fill all this information right in that little 15-minute thing, and still have time to say, go Sammy, go Sammy.
Hey, don't put wisdom in here. That can be copyright.
No, I love it, but I mean,
it's copyright.
It's just we'll probably get booted for that. Sorry, Santa. I hope you're listening.
Let's see. All right. Let me see. I got to go to. I got to go to We Rise. Guys, by the way, a great follow. And a friend. We Rise. And I'm going to take you to 39,000 followers. They got rid of like 10,000 of his followers. Okay. So here is okay. So many questions. Okay. Boy, his stuff is deep. Okay. But there was one. He mentions 1871 here. Okay. Under corporate government policy, the right to travel into a privilege that requires citizens to be licensed. Okay. Not okay. Right. I'm going to have to get into these and probably come back to you with these. But if you guys want to check them out, it's at we_have_risen. Or follow me at Dave Snedeker, and I can point you in the right direction. But it talks about Washington, D.C., Vatican City, the City of London, which I've shared with you, which is the Roman power pyramid, Jesuits, Illuminati, Knights Templar, Knights of Malta, 32 plus Freemasons, 32 degrees plus Freemasons, organized religion, secret services and societies, military, police, mafia, UN, US, EU, G20, NATO, big bank, big media, big industry, national, regional, and local politics, NGOs, think tanks, and big charities. Washington, D.C. is war and terror, Zionist government, City of Jerusalem, Vatican City, UN New World Order, Agenda 2030, Roman law, City of London, and Wall Street, New York, money and finance, Rothschild banking. I've explained all those to you guys in the past. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution of the U.S. gave Congress the power to exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district not exceeding 10 miles square, as may by cessation of particular states. So he's talking about Washington, D.C. Okay, so I'm going to have to dig into this a little bit deeper, because this, whenever I read one of his threads, it takes me a couple hours. Because it's very, very thorough. Very thorough. And it's about the Corporation of 1871. Yep. And they put the original Constitution into a virtual dustbin. The Constitution of the U.S. is now a Constitution of the Incorporated. Okay.
Hey, did you hear anything back from the light?
Oh, where would that show up?
I think it would be in your Twitter probably, where it'd say like almost like a friend accepted, like a message to you.
Message.
And maybe you ought to tell the gang how we came across that.
Let me see.
It's kind of interesting.
Wow.
And we don't know if it's going to work, but we're just doing what we're told, really, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's not in there. Let me see if it's in notifications.
Or you could just go to the light and see if they let you in.
Yeah. I don't think so. At the light. Pending. So Todd was doing what drop was that, bud? We were doing?
That was off of 666, wasn't it, at the bottom?
Yes, yeah. And it said follow the light. So Todd thought, well, let's follow the light. Let's go to Twitter and follow the light. And it turns out that it's actually a protected Twitter, so you have to ask to join, and it's only got 100 followers. I don't know what I'm doing here. What am I doing? Okay. So I wanted to get into, let me see. Yeah, there's a lot to dive into. Holy cow, guys, there's a lot. Get on Twitter if you're not on Twitter, and dig, guys. There's some unbelievable. By the way, an American convoy of 40 trucks and armored vehicles has entered Syria from Iraq. An American convoy. How long did it take for Joe to get us back into war? I got to go back to We Have Risen real quick, because he had one with a picture of the Capitol, and I wanted to find that, and I might have to find it another time. Todd, check out, okay, worth exploring. Might have to roll up the sleeves. This is the Capitol, obviously. And this is Lauren S., who, this is the bankruptcy thing. Okay. All right. And that's going to be too small, so I got to go over here and find out about our bankruptcy. This is use of militia and armed forces to enforce federal authority. This is the insurrection stuff. But the bankruptcy, guys, if you have anything on that we can find, I'd like to look that up. I need to go to some messenger stuff because some people have been dropping some things. Yeah, I'm having trouble. Christy, I'm having trouble with reading that stuff. Is that from Alex? D5 highest clearance. Okay. Let me see.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
Christy shared on the show info. A thing from Susie Q about, it's a video. It's 2 minutes long. I saw this lady's. I saw the whole video when she put it out, but I don't know where they're playing it. It looks like a big auditorium or something. You might want to check it out.
This is the Canadian woman. Basically, she tells the story. We can watch her, but she tells the story that we've told, basically.
It just looks like it's in an auditorium, though. I've never seen it. This is like on a TV screen in front of a bunch of people in an auditorium somewhere.
Yeah. Let me do this.
Thank you, Susie. Thank you, Christy.
Yeah. I could use a break here.
President of the United States on March 4th under the restored republic. Let me explain. You believe you live in a nation called United States of America.
By the way, folks, March 4th is when we used to inaugurate the president up through Ulysses S. Grant. We used to do it on March 4th. Didn't happen to January 20th until they changed to the corporation. Okay.
This nation hasn't existed since 1871, when this country ceased to be a nation and became a corporation belonging to the City of London. Every time you see an American flag with a gold fringe and gold tilt attached to it, it represents the corporation, not the country.
Wow.
This is the reason you can never make progress financially. This is why the law always seems to be against the average citizen, while the rich and the elite literally get away with murder and worse things. If Biden, Harris, Pence, Pelosi, etc. are arrested for their crimes before January 20th, there will be no one to assume the presidency. Since Trump has not been certified as the presidential winner by Congress, he cannot remain president. If there is no president on January 20th, the corporation known as the United States of America will be dissolved.
What?
The military will then become the guardians of the nation during the transition. People will then have irrefutable proof that the election was stolen by foreign entities and that Trump was chosen by a landslide. Trump then assumes the presidency as the 19th president of the United States. The last president elected before America became a corporation was Ulysses S. Grant, Republic Restored. Now, I really don't know all the details involved in this. Just know the end goal has always been the destruction of the 1871 corporation and the return of America to the people of a constitutional republic it was always intended to be. The next month and a half will be chaotic. Make sure you have plenty of water, food, your meds, anything else you need. Comply with the National Guard and United States Marine Corps. They took oath to the nation, not the corporation. The Act of 1871. Be vigilant. Pray. Your nation has returned to you. I just want to say I'm Canadian, and I could not be more proud of all of you and everything you're doing to literally save the world. You Americans, MAGA, you have shown everyone how to do it. You set an example and you lit the world on fire. You're salt of the earth, and I love you. God bless America.
Sounds like it could have been a high school of some sort. Sounded like some youngsters, which could be cool. Waking them up. But I really like her. I like the way she presents that, and it's pretty straightforward. It's and the stuff that I was about to get into with we have risen. Is exactly the legalese of all of that, right? And also the actual the legality of it all, right? Let's say, okay, Sheila L. Dave, look at this. Dave, what I can tell, executive orders take about 30 days to register. I looked at when President Trump wrote the executive order for foreign interference in the election to when it was registered. Awesome. Thank you. That's good info.
That's really crazy, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous.
30 days?
Right? Yeah.
That's beyond ridiculous.
Yeah.
All they have to do is put it on their site.
Yeah, exactly. That's federal government for you. So that site, that doesn't necessarily mean the executive orders aren't taking place then. Okay. I don't know her name, but that video's been out for, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks. Kim says Trump has FEMA camps set up and ready to go. We definitely need to get these people in those camps. Let's see, Dave, I tagged you with the Biden video on Twitter, DLive. Thank you, Yellow Rose. I don't know how to find that.
Dang it, I never get to go to camp.
What's that?
I never get to go to camp. You said a lot of people are going to camp?
Yeah, FEMA camp. Yeah. That you may want to hold off on that that one.
I got left out.
All right, let me pull up. I got a few people I got to take care of here in let me see. Oh, this was good too. Couple things. One, first, let me start with this, and this is from Barb Heron. Love Light, by the way. Love Light is Barb's. Go check her out on Facebook. All right. You are watching a scripted movie. I thought Biden was the president, not president-elect. Don't believe that this is a real screenshot taken from a real video. Below is the actual video from the official White House YouTube account. They have unlisted the video as it was gaining far too many dislikes proportion to likes. And basically, folks, what it is I saw this earlier today, and it's the...
Hey, team. How you doing?
Hey, team.
I mean that sincerely.
By the way, Todd, which team are we on? The post we went to today? Which team?
Hey, team.
We're on the winning team, Dave.
Yeah, but
hey,
listen.
Team. How you doing?
Hey, team.
I mean that sincerely. You're a team. We're a team.
I mean that sincerely. You're a team. We're a team. So sincere.
I mean that sincerely. You're a team.
Todd, whenever I say something to you, remind me to tell you that I mean it sincerely, so that you don't think I'm full of shit.
Please, Dave. I would prefer that you phrase that I sincerely every time you say anything controversial or non-controversial to me.
Yeah, the people that are full of shit have to say that.
Believe me, this time. Please.
Yeah. Ruth Ann Jones says, Ruth, is it pronounced Ruth? It's not Ruthie, right? Because there's an E on the end. But Frogman saying Epstein was CIA. He's untouchable. New Social Security, new name, fresh start, and billions in the bank. Yeah, I'm not sure, but we'll... and the Yellow Rose, I do want to click on that. I want to find that. So if it's in the chat, or maybe Christy, you could send that to me in show. Let's see.
Wow.
Yeah, and it says, look it over his shoulder. It says Office of the President-elect. Guys, this was yesterday. This was yesterday. The message to all career staff from the White House, 1.9 million subscribers. Okay? He's got 1.8 thousand likes and 10,000 dislikes. YouTube is having to totally overhaul their whole deal.
We're a team. It's not about me as president.
Well, you
it's
know,
about
Dave,
one
I
team
heard him speak today, and I've been paying attention to him. And he said, he was in the middle of a speech, and he said, and the president, I mean, I'm the president. Kind of like, it kind of struck him like, oh, I'm the president, you know, and it was just kind of awkward but funny, you know. It was like one of his gaffes.
Yeah. By the way, so guys, I need to see if you would, I need to Christy, if you could find that, or somebody could find and get to Christy or Cindy the video of him walking when he says. Let's listen to this. Hold on. This is from Barbara too. And let's turn this up. He doesn't know what he's signing, and signs it anyway. Because he doesn't read them all. He never reads them. Yeah.
You see Trump, you know, Trump always rereads it before he pens it.
He does, right? And yeah. So now this is good too. Here we go.
One of them probably says, now you turn official power over to Kamala. Okay, I'll sign that.
Exactly. Now this is Pompeo tweeted within 2 hours, and he said his two posts he has: I want to thank my wife Susan and my son Nick for their love, support, and sacrifice these last 4 years. And then I wouldn't have been able to do my job and serve America without you. I love you both. And then I'm so proud of what you accomplished, but also how you served our country, Dad, at Mike Pompeo. 4 years ago, our family had no idea what God had in store. Hard to concisely sum it up, so I won't try, but what I will say is that I've never been more proud of you than I am today. That was from his son, Nick Pompeo. And both used for 44 before POTUS departs on Friday. He will be sending an important message via Twitter. God bless. Now, that could be a reach, right? That could be a reach. 4 in one and 4 in another, and goes to 44. But we are looking a lot more closely at Pompeo's tweets because POTUS isn't tweeting. So that could be, a very viable communication. So we just want to make sure that we don't leave any stone unturned, right, guys? So, and then let me see what we got here. Okay, thank you, Christy. You rock. Here we go, folks. Just delight in this.
I have the greatest job to find the healthiest, most delicious products that are good for you and
I think here's how he is, guys. Look, he turns around. I think he's expecting Jill to come out that side. Watch. Now he's looking for Jill. Jill doesn't know where she's going. Oh my God. Oh my God. Is that Don Jr.? Hold on. Hold on. Guys, what the hell is going on here? They don't know where they're going. And then, guys, look, Don Jr. right here. Don Jr. with the mask on. It's not, I'm kidding. But it took them that long to figure out where the hell they were going to go. And by the way, isn't, Secret Service kind of directs you. Oh my God, this is Handmaid's Tale, guys. Or no, I'm sorry, this is this particular one. Remember, this is the Hunger Games picture. You guys got that Hunger Games picture to match up with this? Okay. And where's this? What happened? I didn't do that. Hold on.
Over the age of 50, cheese can leave a permanent mark
what?
on the brain. As a brain and
cheese? What? Come on, dude. Don't take cheese away from us. Okay. All right, so we're at the White House, yeah?
They're waving at no one.
There's the executive, is that the executive office building? The VP, what is this? I don't think this is this isn't the White House, is it? Or is it? Yeah, okay. All right, this is pretty official. Yeah, this is when he's supposed to salute the Marines. Yeah, no one's there, Joe. No one's Joe. No one's there. It's all photo op.
I was teared up. It was an emotional day for me, Dave. Finally,
yeah.
Dave. He wants to unify us.
Yeah, this is really.
Is there a YouTuber out there that does that? That says, "Oh my God, thank you." We ought to find one so we can get some laughs sometime.
I know.
I don't think there is one. Did you notice that for the most popular president on the planet, he has like 26 or 28 million followers on Twitter?
Yeah.
Which is about a quarter of what the second place guy's got.
I don't think this is it, guys. Christy, this is a different one, I think.
Hey, everybody, stop clicking
around. Let me see. Yeah, that's not the one. I don't know where they were walking to, quite honestly. Oh, Tom Brokaw retiring after 55 years with NBC. There's that 55 again. Marcia, okay, thank you. Marcia, did you email it or did you send it in? There it is. Thank you, Marcia. I got it right here. Thank you, Christy, though, because I'm glad I saw that. I hadn't seen that video before. Here we go. Listen to this. Listen to Biden. Salute the Marines. So he's got something in his ear that somebody's talking to him. And somebody's telling him to salute the Marines. And he doesn't salute the Marines, he just parrots what he's being told because that's what he's used to doing. Wow. Folks, he's not all there. He's not all there. And by the way, Ken Paxton, Texas Attorney General, he's suing for the DHS's unlawful pause on removals of illegal immigrants that Biden is trying to get passed, right? And this is breaking the law, okay? The DHS has an obligation to enforce federal immigration law, and it going against that is unlawful and will seriously and irreparably harm the state of Texas and its citizens, okay? This is Attorney General of Texas. Don't mess with Texas, guys. And they are basically going after Biden. They're not going to let him tell them what to do, and they're not going to put up with illegal immigrants coming through the border of Mexico. Okay, yeah. So that's happening, right? Let me see, what else did we have in the show? That's good stuff. And let's see. Ghost Ezra on Telegram would be metaphorical. So I need Ghost Ezra. I need to pull up Ghost Ezra on Telegram. That was from Jen Davis, who's still in Facebook jail. Sorry, Jen. Sorry you're dealing with that crap. But let me pull up Ghost Ezra on over here on Telegram. Let's see if Big Mac has anything new coming up. Nope, he's still there. Ghost Ezra. Where is Ghost Ezra? How do you look up people on Telegram, for crying out loud? By the way, I'm David Snedeker on Telegram, guys. With a green, like, just circle. But how do you search stuff? I thought I did it right. Ezra. It's just bringing up. All right, this is ridiculous. It's not searching anything for me. Yeah, no idea. This is absolutely maddening. Has a video on Telegram. Yeah, I'm trying to. So how do you guys get to him? How do you find him on Ghost Ezra? Could you send me a? Yeah, that's what I'm trying. Can you guys send that to me? And let's see. Devin Archer's sentence from defrauding the native tribe has been upheld October 2020. Are they going to sentence him October 2020, Christy? Is that what's going on? Oh, by the way, from Christy, Biden and party have given every American a great big FU, pulling America further in debt with the IMF for $3 trillion. $20 billion is going to Iran, $17 billion to Serbia, $170 billion to China. Oh, isn't that interesting? Hunter gets $1.5 billion and China gets $170 billion. Why in God's green earth would we send $170 billion to the country who tried to destroy us? Okay? Because they're exposing themselves. That's their job, is to show the rest of America, send all of us. Telegram search is impossible. That's hilarious. Oh, yeah, I got to do that. $70 billion to Russia.
That's what I was talking about earlier.
What's that? Oh, yeah, $70 billion to Russia, funding the adversary before addressing our unemployment issue, right? Let me show you this. I don't know what this is, but Christy sent it, so it must be good. I don't know. Not working. What's going on?
In Washington, not in West Michigan, hoping to head back home this afternoon. But I got to tell you, I'm going to be walking in for our last vote here momentarily, and I am just flabbergasted that my Democrat colleagues are going to be voting affirmative on this bill, and here's one of the reasons why. This is the state of play, where not only are we going into debt for our own country, we're now going to be going into debt for other countries. And I'm gonna, and this is kind of a little awkward, but I'm gonna read a statement that I had intended to read on the House floor, but the Democrat majority limited our time this morning of 1 minute, and so I wasn't able to get that done. So I'm going to do it here with you now, and then we're going to talk a little bit about this. So here's my statement that I intend on the House floor. I rise in opposition to the partisan bill we have been debating the past couple of days. Under language inserted at the Rules Committee, the U.S. would direct the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, to lavish $3 trillion on countries around the world. This is a permanent, no-strings-attached liquidity for foreign governments. The Democrats' bill would therefore send at least $20 billion to the world's foremost state sponsor of terrorism, Iran. It means at least $17 billion for the Assad regime in Syria. There's also more than $170 billion for the Chinese Communist Party as it takes over Hong Kong and builds internment camps, and another $75 billion for Russia. Meanwhile, an amendment I offered to prevent Americans' banks from financing Iranians who have been sanctioned for terrorism and human rights abuses wasn't even made in order by the Rules Committee. Strange priorities from the Democrats. It's obscene to attach billions of dollars for China, Russia, and state sponsors of terrorism to legislation that funds our military. I urge a vote, no vote on this bill, and I'm going to be voting no. And this is to fund our military, and we are going to be directing the IMF, which, by the way, I had jurisdiction over at one point when I chaired one of the subcommittees on financial services. It was called the Monetary Policy and Trade Subcommittee. And so I'm very familiar with the IMF, very familiar with the good work it does, and very familiar with the bad work that it does. And I'm telling you, directing them to go spend $3 trillion on countries like China and Syria and Russia is lunacy. It's completely nuts. So this is a problem. We have to deal with it. I hope the Senate. I don't have great expectations out of Michigan's 2 senators, but I'm hoping that someone in the Senate realizes how foolish this is and what we would be doing if we moved ahead with this. And so again, no hearing in committee.
This is Christy. This is from August 5th, 2020. I think this was the money back then. I don't think this is current. Yeah, not current. So was there something else about the money that was being appropriated? Because right now I'm thinking that might look like, that they're trying to basically show the world like how ridiculous that this is, that Biden is doing. I thought that was the dialogue, but that's not current. So we need to find out if the money going to these countries is current, please. Let's see. This is Ghost Ezra. Let me see. And then it opens up here. Okay. Let's go. Operation Wake the Fuck Up. Okay. Okay, I'm going to spell it out one time only for those who are lost and not registering the hundreds of clues I've been dropping you. Now, supposedly this is Ezra Cohen Watkin, yeah, but we're not sure, right? Here we go one time. Pay close attention. You are watching a movie. A lot of what you are seeing is completely bullshit and fake. It's so outrageous on purpose to get your attention at those point. At those point. Yeah, I don't think this is E, the friendly. It will continue until it has accomplished that goal fully. There is no Biden presidency. The real Biden was executed for his crimes long ago with Clinton. This would not have come from Ezra Cohen Watnick. I'm sorry. I don't believe Ghost Ezra is him. No, that woman in purple the other day wasn't Hillary Clinton. You are seeing actors, some have masks. This person can't write. Ezra Cohen Watnick is got grammar skills. This person doesn't have any grammar skills. He don't write good, whoever this is, okay? Okay? That's why Biden keeps referring to himself as the masked president. This means they are the good guys in this movie on the team of freedom. This whole election was fake, along with a fake inauguration. Fake executive orders, fake Oval Office. It's all bullshit. Wake up. I'm not saying the content is wrong, though. I'm agreeing with this content. Okay? The military is right now controlling our country until the new elections in a couple of months. Insurrection Act has been signed. By the way, I would have thought Ezra would have given a date, an actual date of the new election. Insurrection Act has been signed. EO from 2018 is in full effect. By the way, the Insurrection Act didn't need to be signed. It was already signed when it was proposed as an executive order. All they had to do was act upon it. That's how executive orders work. The fact that people were saying to you, like last week, or 2 weeks ago, whenever it was, they signed the Insurrection Act, I don't believe that was accurate at all, because he had already signed the executive order. Executive order from 2018 is in full effect. Things will soon be revealed publicly. Hopefully you can wake up before then so you don't have a heart attack in the process. They really tried stealing our election. That part is real. Do you see the grammatical errors here? Okay, this is pathetic. Trump knew this and allowed it to expose them and arrest those involved, and will be implementing a blockchain fraud-proof election system, which was already patented back in August of 2020. I believe that. We talked about that on the show, the quantum computing blockchain. He skipped the Ninth Circuit Court, corrupt courts, because they were too compromised. They too were compromised and went 100% FISA. This is a total military operation. The goal was to arrest and remove these crooks first before ever winning an election. Furthermore, the Vatican owned the corrupt DC corporation. And that is no longer. It will soon be a republic for which it stands under the Constitution as originally intended. You will get a history lesson in the process, along with a solid grasp of the Constitution. Many corrupt DC rats and Hollywood pedophiles have gone to jail and or being executed for crimes of high treason and conspiracy. Many more are in the process of meeting justice via military tribunals. Things will be made public in time very soon. No more secrets, no more games. There are many actors in the movie, not just Biden, double comedian guy. Who's who at this point is somewhat of a mystery. We don't know exactly who is who 100%. Some are playing a part from the very beginning. Others flipped for a deal and are now playing a part in this movie. The best thing you can do right now is just wake up to the truth that being shown to you. This guy's awful. Take heart that communists have no real power over our country, and look forward to the things Trump has already pre-planned long ago for you. I'll warn you now, things will get stranger from here. If you pay attention and listen to what I've told you here, you'll laugh. If you're watching the Mockingbird Media, CNN, or Faux News, you'll cry. Whatever you do, please don't call Joe Biden president. He's really long gone, and his double has no power. Enjoy the show. I agree with the content there, Todd.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's just, that's a poor attempt.
Yeah.
I was looking at something here when you said that. Okay, we've got something going on here now. We almost got a zero delta between Day One Trumpet and Frogman.
Really?
It's a 5-minute delta on one. I'm looking. I thought I saw it somewhere else. It's the Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton tweet where they say, "Well versed in witchcraft, some do research."
I'm gonna play this real quick.
Bad guys don't think far enough ahead. They don't understand.
Game theory
Sometimes
with 107.
bad guys don't think far enough ahead. They don't understand that just because we as the great American people, as big as we are on the whole planet, have this one central location that is representative of us, it's still only representative.
Hold on. You got, oh, that's why. Telegram, I got to get that dialed in. Guys, hopefully this weekend I'm going to be able to, if I don't do shows, I'll be able to hopefully get dialed in with some of this stuff.
I just saw that myself.
Is it worthwhile?
No, I just saw what you had up there. All we're seeing is the young black.
Oh yeah, I know, because Telegram opens up into a new thing here. So let me do it here, guys. Here we go.
That kid rocks it.
What kid?
Sometimes
that kid that you just had up there.
Don't think far enough ahead.
Okay.
They don't understand.
The young black gentleman. Oh my God.
Bad guys don't
All right,
think
I'll play
far
that
enough
next.
ahead. They don't understand that just
great.
because
All right, I'll
we
play
as
it.
the great American people, as big as we are on the whole planet, have this one central location that is representative of us, it's still only representative. America is a lot bigger than just one little tiny speck on the frickin' planet. This city here, this centralized city, may represent America right up until it doesn't represent America. It has to be this tough. It got this screwed up because people forgot how easily an enemy can come in by subversion, by misdirection, by lies, through treasonous traitors, through bribery, through blackmail, honeypots, every way you can do it to get control of a country, to get control of people. Those honeypots with the young girls and older men, those managed things, whether it be Epstein or somebody else. You've seen them. You know what we're talking about. Grow up. They're real, and you know they're real. These people have been bought off. They're
This
looking
is
for
1 or
personal
7.
gain. And they're in positions of power and authority over the whole country. And you, every one of you, are being called on. Take a deep breath. All you have to do is hold your ground. They're the ones that are self-isolating. They're not coming for you where you're at. They're going to self-isolate and try to digitally control you. It's not real. They're going to stop you from talking. Now I'm going to talk to my neighbor. I'm going to talk to you, Michael. But we're all going to stay on the same page. We're all going to stay on the same ship. Where we go one, we go all. Take a deep breath. As dark as it may appear, the reality is we've got this. One thing about the game of chess is the game doesn't just go on forever. It has a limited number of moves. And the further into the game you get, the less potential moves that are available to both sides. The game becomes more condensed as it goes on to a final checkmate conclusion. They're playing their hand, we're playing ours. We have the high ground. We have the numbers. We have control of the guts of the ship. We have the moral authority, and the people know it. And no matter how loudly they scream, it doesn't matter. Because in the soul of every person in your audience right now, they all know I'm telling you the truth. What they have to do is take a deep breath, reach down deep inside themselves. If you see somebody beside you and they got their head up their fucking ass and they're about to expire because they haven't got oxygen there, try to get them to pull it out. There is a large number of people, no matter what you do, they've decided this is the route they're going. They're vested. They can't see any other option. They're going to go full retard. You're just going to have to watch and let them expire to what they're going to do. We don't have to even lift a finger. That's part of the thing. Everybody is, I got to get, some kind of weapons and stuff to take care of myself, protect myself. There isn't enough of them, honestly. What they're really scared about is that their numbers aren't even as deep as they think they might be. They think they might have 20%. Half of that 20% that's remaining is going to wake up. As much as they might not like and be in full Trump derangement syndrome, they're not going to go full commie. These people think they will. It's not happening because we're American. And there's a soul here. There's a religious revival taking place in the American people. Literally, they're calling on God. And that's the part they can't get. It doesn't show up in an AI. It doesn't show up in a computer program. It doesn't show up in a movie. But it's there. It's real. And they can't calculate for it. They can't see it. It'll make their brains explode. Relax, stay calm, stay focused, hold the ground. No, that's all you have to say. Not here, not happening. And then let our guys do their work. As they expose themselves, show who they really are, all the way to the core of their being, and enjoy the show.
Fake it, fake it, fake it.
So that was 107, guys. Game theory, and I'm going to play this young man for you.
Technically, DC separate state. It's a separate country. DC is a separate entity. It's a separate state. It's a separate country. And Joe Biden was sworn in today as the President of the United States Corporation, not the United States of America. And that is what a lot of Americans today do not understand, because our history books have been written to favor the lies.
He's locked up, Dave.
The Constitution was changed. It is not the
Really? Hold on.
Technically, DC is a separate entity. It's a separate state. It's a separate country. And Joe Biden was sworn in today as the President of the United States Corporation, not the United States of America. And that is what a lot of Americans today do not understand, because our history books have been written to
Yeah, he's locked up again.
We're living
You have to go to the beginning. Go to the beginning. Yeah.
This is Telegram, because I'm watching it and I'm seeing it. Hold on.
He's like moving now, but then when you click it, it stops.
Okay. Let me see if I make it smaller. If I keep it small, I'm going to try that.
Technically, DC
No, because when I click it,
technically, DC is a separate entity. It's a separate state. It's a separate country. And Joe Biden was
yeah,
sworn.
this is problematic here. Let me join the channel, see if that helps.
He's really good too. He's a great red pill for kids.
Dude, I can tell already. Like,
brilliant.
Yeah, this is amazing. All right, tell me if it's working now.
DC is a separate entity. It's a separate state. It's a separate country. And Joe Biden was sworn in today as the President of the United States Corporation, not the United States
Negative,
of America.
Ghost Rider.
And that is what.
Jeez. All right. All right. Let me do some things here. First of all, let's see. Okay. All right, let me see if I can try this again. See what happens here. Let me see. I gotta close down some stuff here.
Hey, Dave.
Coming up, yeah.
Cindy Plant sent it to me. I'll send it to you and see it.
Okay.
Try it. I'm gonna send it.
Maybe outside of Telegram would be good.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you in just your personal messenger.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Cindy.
Carrie Ann, the Great Awakening was already deemed a fraud on Telegram. So I don't know what kind of intel they're dropping, but they were trying to pose as a general of the United States military, and now they changed their name, and everyone's pissing themselves over this dude. He's a fraud. Let me see. And by the way, Lisa, I was a little concerned about that. When I play the 107 stuff, the guy rips off music all the time. And so I'm not allowed to play him. And he's not getting taken down, which tells me, I don't know. All these mysterious guys, it's like, you know what? Fuck off. Just use your name, unless he's JFK Jr., obviously, which I don't think he is. But, just use your name. Show us your face. Stop making this about you. And you got all these people, all these frauds that you don't know their name, you don't know who they are. That kid, the Great Awakening could be some 12-year-old in his mom's basement. We got to be careful, guys. There's a lot of people out there. We got, a lot of people out there spreading some bad info, bad intel. All right, here's Todd got it up for me here. Let me pull this over. Thank you guys that were trying to send this to me so that we could watch it. Because
right now, all we're seeing on the screen is still that same.
Okay, I think I just changed it, and we should be able to do it now. It should come through now.
Today, Joe Biden was sworn in as the president of the United States.
Nope. All we're seeing is the
seeing posts
same thing
on Instagram and everything saying about how,
Give it another
America's
second.
over, that was the end of the republic. So real quick, I'm going to take you on a little history lesson. So let's go back to 1776 when our founding fathers
How about now?
wrote our Constitution. The Constitution said,
nope.
the Constitution
It's that
for
Telegram,
the United States of America. Now let's
blocking
go.
the whole screen.
Flash forward to 1871. Right after the Civil War, our founding fathers decided that they needed a centralized place to hold our government. So they picked D.C. They federalized that land, and they made it what is known today as a corporation. That
People are saying it's
corporation is
working.
owned by the Vatican. It is owned by London, and it has been ever since 1871. Now, what Donald
that's weird.
Trump
Must be
has
my
been trying
the scrolls
to
go
do
by on mine, but I can't even
is to remove the corporation.
Why am I different?
It's that simple. He's wanting to remove the corporation.
That's a
the
whole
Vatican owns the corporation. London owns the corporation. It is separate from the 50 states, which is known as the Republic. So every time you see a flag with gold fringes on it, it means that it's a corporation flag of the United States. Technically, D.C. is a separate entity. It's a separate state. It's a separate country. And Joe Biden was sworn in today as the president of the United States Corporation, not the United States of America. And that is what a lot of Americans today do not understand, because our history books have been written to favor the lies. We're living a lie. The Constitution was changed. It is not the organic Constitution. This is not over. Quit saying that Joe Biden's the president, we're just going to have to deal with it. Let's just go ahead and start learning to speak Chinese. No, stop. That is not true. Joe Biden was sworn in today as the president of the corporation, not of the United States of America. At all. He is not the president of this republic. Donald Trump could not rule as the president while he was still in D.C. because it's a separate entity. If we're being technical, the Vatican and London own D.C. They own that corporation. So how could a president who wants to be the president of the republic stay in Washington? So watch the news, Keep on reading information, fact check yourself, and you'll soon realize that this isn't what it seems to be. Donald Trump is still the president of the United States Republic. He just couldn't rule while he was in D.C. Mar-a-Lago will be the temporary White House. You just wait and see. He's a brilliant man.
Awesome young man. Brilliant. I tell you what, I don't know how old he is, but he's got a bright future ahead of him. Now the only thing about this is that, you know, what's going on with President Trump is what's the I don't think President Trump is the president of the Republic unless, like, how did he become the president of the Republic? They could have dissolved the corporation, and then it could have been under military law, and he's still running the show. Yeah, Kathy, it's a good idea. We should. Can you guys find out who that kid is? Maybe we can have him on the broadcast. But you know what I mean, Todd? Like, if they dissolve the corporation, can they just install him in as president? I don't think they can. So I think it's under FEMA rule if that was the case, and he's not the president of the Republic. So that's what we gotta. That would be good to find out.
I don't see how he can be the president of the Republic
Right.
unless they dissolve the corporation and did it in so much time. But you would think you would have to give notice, and as I understand it, you would have to re-elect all public officials.
Right, and we'd have to, like Kat says, we'd have to vote again.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the way I understand it.
Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, I don't have the link of that. Copy link address. Yeah, I could probably do that.
See, I think he did it on November either 2nd around midnight, or the 3rd, the early morning of the 3rd.
Yeah, because
because that would put you at March for the 120 days.
I just posted that on the on my page, guys, on David Snedeker Facebook page. Todd, yeah, I don't think he can. I don't think he would have been able to install himself as president, but he's been working probably, with the military, maybe as the commander in chief, or the military was deferring to him. But yeah, so we got to figure that out. Let me check a few things, guys. It's 11. I gotta call a lid on this soon. I'm feeling it. How you guys holding up?
I've got a work day tomorrow too.
Yeah.
There's just so much to cover.
Yeah, guys, we can't get it all in. This is unbelievable. This is yeah.
And really, I mean, we're to the part where we know what we have to do.
Yeah.
Basically, I think we're still holding the line.
We've got a lot of, somebody sent me the criminal indictments. We've seen all these through, now this was supposedly dropped, but Ange, Caden, where did this come from? It'd be good to know, like, what the source is, because we've seen all these indictments before. And I wanted to hold on a second. You guys are dropping me. Ezra, awesome. So, dude, you were doing a timestamp between Frogman.
Frogman and Day One Trumpet.
Yeah. So Jeffrey Epstein was CIA. He's untouchable. That was from Frogman.
It was they had the, I think Day One Trumpet retweeted Frogman, and it was like, I think it was a 4-minute delta, which is possible to retweet somebody. So I thought it was a 0 delta. See, that would have given us some really good, if they did a 0 delta and posted the same thing, that's kind of proven that they're linked. And, just by the stuff that they're dropping here, to have all this prepared for this short amount of time, I mean, that's an extreme amount of homework. Because I don't know if you guys, I mean, if you know how to, I did a couple threads in my life, and they take like a long time. And to have all of that information ready to pop like in a minute, every minute, it's like, you have to prep all of this way ahead of time.
Yeah.
Unless you're AI. I mean,
exactly. This is, a few of you were saying, wanted to see the video of Nancy Pelosi being arrested. This is the closest thing that we have to that, and that is when she was walking with the U.S. Marshals. And if you look, they have badges right here, okay? We believe those are U.S. Marshals badges, okay?
All right, so welcome back. Is this the photo everybody's been looking for?
This is a good source, I'm sure.
I'm going to look at this a little bit. I ain't going to pay too much attention. This is the only photo. And you can see what these people are, right? I'm not sure. This is a photo. I want everybody to do 3, 4, 5. They probably shouldn't have been taken. If you can support us, please support our channel, because we're a link in the
I think that that's certainly speculation, guys, right? But Cindy Fritz says, this political stuff didn't wake me up. It was the children in Hollywood and elite hurting them. That is a rude awakening, but it was what I needed. Rude awakening. Pizzagate, frazzle drip. Yep. Yeah, there's no handcuffs, obviously, but we think that, it could be agent protection. The same ladies were there with Nancy on Wednesday. Sandu, if we have another one of her during the inauguration of a black woman walking with her and telling her not to say a word, and she says she won't. Can you send that to me, please? Or send me how I can search that. Okay.
Well, didn't everybody think it was weird she didn't show up for the impeachment the first 2 days?
Oh yeah, there was definitely a red flag there, right?
That was kind of like that was my whoa moment.
Yeah, exactly. Let me see. Marshall's taken into custody. This is some video from Hannibee. Let's see. Don't say nothing. Looks pretty good, guys. Looks like All right, so here's a young lady telling, let's think about this a second. Here's a young lady, can't be more than, probably 30, 35, 38, somewhere in that ballpark. All right, I'm guessing because you can't really make out with the mask. She's speaking to one of the most powerful women in the world. Do you speak to her like that? Air Force Vet 8700, those are not Marshal's badges. Thank you. Do you know what kind of badges they are? I've seen close-ups of those badges. Okay. Already spent time researching this. Current Marshal's badge is a star. Actually, I had that on my jacket, didn't I? It's like a silver star, right? Because I had that.
Hey, Dave, they're saying they didn't see it.
What is going on?
Yeah, I wasn't on, but I switched over.
Sorry, guys.
The Twitchers didn't see it.
That was operator. It was operator error. Imagine that.
Shocker.
It was a rare, guys. That was a rare operator error. That was my mulligan for tonight. All right. So this woman is calling her over, it looks like. And this woman is supposedly this woman. Okay. By the way, for all you kids out there watching, don't say nothing is a double negative, which means you can speak. So if Pelosi was really smart, she would have picked up on that and said, hey, listen, you just gave me a double negative. A double negative is a positive. Yeah. So interesting. I wouldn't call that taken in, thank you, Hannah. I wouldn't call that taken into custody, right? Because what's going on there is obviously they're allowing her to play this out. They're allowing them to play this out so that they can awaken the population, right? So this is kind of coming at it from a different direction here. Todd, you just sent me something. First Lady delivers cookies to the National Guard. I don't know.
Yeah, Cindy Plant said that to me. It's really cute, Dave. One little box or one little basket of cookies for all those people.
You've got to be kidding me.
No, it's fantastic.
Come on, people now. Smile on me, brother. Everybody get together. All right, here we go.
Stand at ease. Stand at ease.
Thank you. I just wanted to come today to say thank you to all of you for keeping me and my family safe. And I know that you've left your home states. The Bidens are a National Guard family. Our son Bo was Delaware Army National Guard. He served for a year in Iraq in 2008, 2009. So I'm a National Guard mom. And when I saw, the great job that you've done over the inauguration and all that you've done, and
I said, Joe, let's make him go sleep in the garage.
you've left your home states and you've come here to protect us. I just wanted to say thank you from President Biden and from the entire Biden family.
Thank you from President Harris and the entire...
So the White House baked you some chocolate chip cookies. I can't say that I baked them all myself, but So I wanted to give everybody a cookie. It's just a small thank you for your service and your family service and all that you've done for our nation. I'll tell you that I truly appreciate all that you do. And the National Guard will always hold a special place in the heart of all the Bidens. So
except for you National Guard members whose social networking accounts we checked out, and we decided that we were going to have you go home because we couldn't have you close to us because you might assassinate us. But we really appreciate you.
thank you. Thank you very much. So I'll...
Yeah. Wow. Talk about a crock of shit. Man, oh man. Again,
Yeah,
that would be a nice.
Like there's gonna be enough in that little basket for all the troops.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Maybe you can break them all in half or something, or quarters, whatever you have to do. You get one little bite of cookie.
Well, maybe she's expecting Jesus to come along and extend the loaves and fishes.
Yeah, that could happen. Well, it might happen. It's 2021 now, Dave. We've been through hell.
Yeah.
I'm ready for the heaven part.
Exactly. It's they were pretty underwhelmed, Gretchen, weren't they? And Trump is letting them stay at Trump Tower. And yeah, unbelievable.
I'm sure that.
I just lost you, Todd. Just lost you. All right. A few more here, guys, and then I gotta call it. This is from 10 hours ago. More than hold on. More than 78,000 Facebook, Instagram users removed for violating QAnon social militarization policies. Facebook has removed more than 37,000 groups, pages, and events between August 2020 and January 12th, 2021. They've also removed 37,000 Facebook pages. Okay. QAnon is a conspiracy theory surrounding an anonymous internet persona named Q who claims President Trump is taking part in a secret battle against a satanic child sex trafficking ring, cannibals, and the deep state. It began on the 4chan web forum but found more attention on Facebook. Yeah, what a crock. Yeah, God forbid. You're part of it, dude. You're going down. You're going down. You already have, I think. These people have already been arrested, folks. This has already happened. That's the thing. That's why, we want to keep you fresh. We want to keep you, fired up. This stuff's happening. I mean, look at everything that's happening. How many things do we have to look at that are just so bizarre or so point to so many things happening, okay, that it's unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. So it's so awesome. Oh my God. Okay. You see that? I think that's Dorothy, folks, in the tornado. And there goes Bernie going by. That's from Karen. Thank you, Karen. Let me get Todd and Cindy back. They probably just want to go to bed. I don't blame them. Oh boy. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Was it something I said?
I thought you hung up on me.
I thought it was you hang up on me.
I'm not hanging up. You hang up.
Yeah, we'll just wrap stuff up.
We can't give them all of our good information tonight. We got to save some for later.
Exactly right. Yeah.
I'm glad I held back the information about the date, time, and everything that's going to happen. So.
Yeah. What was the thing you were doing?
I don't want to spoil the movie. You guys just sit back in your chairs. It's a good movie. It's a good finish, and trust me, it's great.
I know, right? Right.
Yeah. My mom always told me, "Don't tell everybody the end of the movie." Right.
Hey, wait a minute. This is from James Plano. Guys, this is the looks like the SHIELD, the U.S. military police, the U.S. Marine Corps.
That'd work.
Yeah, that's actually who we want to be there.
Right.
I didn't really put two and two together, but of course that's who we want to be there.
Exactly, because that would go right to military.
Yep. You know what I love about this badge too is that it has me on it. So, obviously I'm going to love that, right? So, great badge, great looking badge. Hey James, that was awesome, buddy. Thank you. That's great. Let's see. Let me see how long this is. Yeah, it's probably not going to work. Let me see. Okay, hold on.
Hey.
It's only a minute. Let's check this out here. This is from Janet. Thank you, Janet. It's a minute-long video. It looks like I'm going to be able to do this. Let me see here. Let me see. No. Okay. Oh, no, that's not that. No.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah, bud.
Sabine's Pag said Frogman just dropped D-class on Hunter Biden data drop. Hunter Biden documents dump engage.
Really?
I'd say that's kind of important. If it's what I think it could be. I haven't been there yet.
Going there now. Going there now. Let me go here. There's okay, Frogman. Okay, this is wow. Okay, there's some risque pictures here, but this is fresh stuff. We haven't seen this yet. Object, entity, and location confirmation for Hunter Biden, October 1st, 2018 event. Yep. Okay. Okay. Not really. Yeah, I mean, it's like I'm guessing that in the real things, this isn't cut out or the blocked out, but
yeah, it says on the post above. There's so much more on this laptop. I don't even have the time to post it. Follow those links to view the rest. Some of it's just too graphic to share on social media. Hunter Biden is fooped.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, we knew that. We just got to spread the word. But how do you spread? You can't spread some of this,
Yeah. Yeah, these are pretty graphic. So you guys can check them out. Follow some of the links. It looks like wow. Yeah, this is a huge data dump on Hunter, guys. Wow. This is huge. The True Great Awakening. Let me see. Yep, Hunter Biden police report. So the True Great Awakening is dropping this, guys. Wow. Well, the Bidens they're done. The Chappaquiddick cover up. Wow. So the True Great Awakening, guys, that's not the one you've been trying to get me to go to, right? You're trying to get me to go to the Great Awakening. Check out the True Great Awakening, because this has got some serious stuff here. Wow. The True Great Awakening on Telegram. Wow. Oh, and there he is in his studio where he likes to go and paint and unwind from all the stress of the whole world looking down on him. Yeah. So if they're dropping this tonight, then what Big Mac said about Hunter doing a plea agreement, the cut in on the video about the plea agreement, etc. Oh, by the way, are you guys able to see what I'm looking at? Yeah, see, when I go to this Twitter thing or the Telegram thing, it goes to something different. There it is. Okay, so this is the stuff from the True Great Awakening. And this is all Hunter Biden stuff. And there he is in this studio that that woman who sat on the Epstein story for 3 years for ABC went and gave him a gaslighting interview. What the hell was her name, Todd?
Oh God, I forgot her name. I have vapor lock on her.
Amy something, maybe.
Christy said that is the stuff I've been moving, and I was like, oh, sorry, Christy, because I know she's been doing all the big data drops.
The
dumps. They've been coming, but I kind of looked at some of them, and they were like tax returns and stuff, and I about died falling asleep.
Oh, Christy sent this stuff?
Well, Christy said she's been getting these dumps too. I just didn't know.
Okay.
We hadn't been in contact today because I had worked, and then then I came home like a good man and fixed dinner for the family.
Good for you. Did they enjoy the Domino's pizza?
Fried some fresh crappie.
Is that right?
Yeah. Whoa.
Good for you.
So good.
Good for you, man.
And then I left a mess and went and laid down and started looking at stuff. I haven't cleaned up
Hilarious. There's another one. Gerald said, sent a picture of a badge, and this one is U.S. Capitol Police has a similar badge too. But interesting. We're gonna have to match it up with those pictures. If you guys want to do that, please do so. I think it would be good to match up and find out what the real deal is here. This is the U.S. Capitol Police badge right there. Okay. Again, it's gold, Obviously.
Well, I just saw him, you big dummy. She's fine. She was at the inauguration.
Yeah. Yeah, she was.
And President Biden is doing a fine job.
Yeah.
I guess his job right now is just fly the plane into the mountain and make everybody scream so that they want anybody but him.
Right.
You know, that's kind of the game plan.
Yeah, exactly. Let me see. Lynn sent a couple pics. Trump behind camera. There's an info dump going on right now. And are they sitting around a table and does it say do it Q? I can't see that. And I got to bring you guys with me here. Hold on. I can't. Well, those are too small, Lynn. I can't pull those up. Well, maybe I can do this. Hold on.
Travis has been working hard on that too with Christie.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I want to see. I want to see some of that. I'll have some time over the weekend to get on some of this. Let me do this. Okay. I'll get out of here. Wow. This is very interesting.
Should I start a pot of coffee?
Check this out. This is from Lynn. That is says do it Q. I think, where's President Trump? Is that him there? Doesn't look like him, but it's a really bad photo. Like somebody wasn't supposed to take that photo, right? So let me go to some other stuff here.
Did you happen to see Santa surfing at all today?
Yeah, I watched it briefly.
Did you see the part where Joe was signing the executive orders and Trump was walking by in the window outside?
No, it's a joke?
I don't know, man.
Well, what did she say it was?
She said that she thought it was President Trump trolling Biden. I don't take the time to, but you know, Monkey said that he thought Trump was in D.C. So wouldn't that be funny if Joe signed the orders and but you know, are they even in D.C.? I don't know. It's all smoke and mirrors right now. It's kind of hard to figure. I just got a laugh out of it.
Yeah. So
I could see him doing it.
There's some questions here. Riddle me this. How is a former president issuing executive orders and proclamations after he leaves office? How is a current president claiming to write executive orders, but none show up in the federal registry.gov? I think it takes time, I guess. I don't know. How is it that every single executive order that Trump signed is still on the books, even the ones Biden has claimed to revoke? Just something to ponder. Why did the Biden-Harris take the link to the executive orders off the website? I couldn't find them on the website, but Christy, I think you found them on the website. Why does the briefing podium say White House, Washington, instead of the official seal? And on that note, the official seal doesn't normally read Office of the President of the United States. It reads Seal of the President of the United States. Why are Biden and Harris simply issuing executive actions instead of executive orders? Executive actions are simply suggestions of things the presidents would like to see become law. I noticed Biden and Harris cleverly named their executive actions with the words executive order in front of the full title of the executive action. I wonder how many leftists will believe he has issued real executive orders. The Federal Registry clearly shows, as of right now, Biden has issued 0 executive orders, which we showed you, and Trump issued 6 or 7 executive orders and proclamations today, and 6 or 7 more for tomorrow. I'd say Trump is still your president, and God is good. The Federal Registry, I don't think we saw that he had done it. Let me see. The Federal Registry, let me pull this up for you.
It'd be nice to know for sure how long it takes. I don't see why it would take 30 days to post it. But
it doesn't make sense either. It doesn't make sense.
No, you would think once it's made official and signed that it would go there. It's not hard, really.
Yeah. Let's see. Donald Trump in 2021 has done 11 executive orders. 118, 118, 118, 118. Yeah, they were all before, he hasn't done any since. Unless he's done some and they're not on the Federal Register.
Because it takes 30 days?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Dana says it's all under the True Great Awakening on Telegram also. No, it wasn't Savannah, Pat. It was, her name's Amy something. Amy something.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, she got squeezed.
Yep. Did I have it? Yeah. So let me see here. So there's some truthful things in there, I think, but definitely there's some misstatements there. So we got some work to do. Let me see. So I saw that. I read that one to you. Yeah.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
Hey, Christie sent presidential actions the White House, the archives.
Awesome. Yeah.
Did you get that?
Yeah, let me look here. They're all presidential actions.
They do show up as
presidential actions. Executive order on promoting COVID-19 safety in domestic and international travel. Presidential actions. That's, yes, they're not executive orders. Wow. So Lynn, great find on that, and Christy, great follow-up on that. Nice. Wow. Look at that. But they put the word executive order in the presidential action.
Which is just like me. It's like me suggesting, hey, why don't you do this? It has no meaning.
No, none. Wow.
That's awesome. Good boom.
Yeah, that's huge, guys. That was worth staying up a little extra.
Yeah, now I can sleep because I was really worried about our country, Dave.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Maybe we should pay attention to the show chat a little more.
Maggie said, I said that hours ago. Sorry, Maggie. Sorry. Yeah. It's tough, folks. It's tough corralling all this information. We're going to get together and try to do better in pulling this all together. Mary said, I saw that live. Where did you see that live, Mary? Do you know? Clicking crazy. Trump was dancing outside the window of the Oval Office. I heard Melania had the house saged twice before she would move in. Yeah, she had it exercised, actually. Let's see. Followed a plane out of Western D.C. It landed at base. I lost that. I lost that. Why are there no channel points? Let's see. Yeah, he's just playing White House, Pat. Salamander says, I'm concerned about the points not working. Am I earning them? How do I redeem them? What points? What points are you talking about? Let's see. Oh, here we go. Sorry. Yeah, that was huge. That was huge. Do Trump's executive orders also use the words presidential actions? No, I don't believe they do, but that's a great question, and let's go check that out. I will go to the Federal Register of Executive Orders, and let's go to President Trump's, and let's look at what he did. Protecting the United States from certain unmanned aircraft systems, a presidential document, okay. Executive Order 13981, right there, boom. Except, why don't I let you guys see it with me? That would be nice. I'm such a nice guy like that. Yeah. There we go. Whoops, wrong one. Wrong one. Hold the horses. Hold on. Hold on. Here we go. Protecting the United States from certain unmanned aircraft system, executive order, right there. Boom. Let's go to another one. Ensuring democratic accountability and agency rulemaking, executive order 13979. Check messenger, Dave, Mary, thank you. So we got that going for us, guys. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. I had to do a really quick one on that because we need to get that out there. Has anybody, let's see. Let me see. See if I can find you, Mary. Ah. Oh. All right. Wow. I can't find you in Messenger, Mary. Yeah, executive orders will have numbers. Yeah, they're all presidential actions. Let me see here. Yeah. Unbelievable. The Washington Post from Richard that the QAnon members discussed posing as National Guard members to infiltrate the inauguration. What a crock. Yeah. So they made it the Lloyd Austin, by the way, the Secretary of Defense. We talked about that earlier. First black Secretary of Defense, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, there's no executive orders there. So, all right, folks, we gotta we're gonna end on that boom because that was pretty huge. And for those of you trying to get that info to us, apologies for not seeing it. When you order your new First Lady from Wish, there's Melania and Jill. I think Jill's a pretty lady, but Melania is off the charts. And but you know, yeah, not bad. So let's say a quick prayer and let's call it a night, guys. And I'll, based on what happens this weekend, I really should take some time off, but I'll see what happens and see what we can do. But yeah, thanks for all the great stuff tonight, guys. That was awesome. The latest Telegram post from the Truth Great Awakening about General McInerney. Let me check that out real quick. Is this Telegram? Let's see. Let me see. Why isn't that easier? The True Great Awakening. Okay, we're still there. And I've got to get through all the Hunter crap, right? Holy cow, there's a huge dump on Hunter stuff. Holy cow. Lieutenant General McInerney. Let me see. Let me get you there. I don't think you're there. Hold on. Okay. All right, here we go. General McInerney. 1/21/21 announced World War III. McInerney was a forward air controller and fighter pilot during the Vietnam War and had flown 407 combat missions during his 4 tours of duty. In addition to his Vietnam service, Big Mac served overseas in NATO, Pacific Air Forces, and as a commander of 11th Air Force in Alaska. I do believe a lot of the information we receive and the action that is taken is based on the date on the calendar. I do believe the military is abiding by numerology because the enemy subscribes to numerology. 2 or 3 days a month are very bad for the enemy and are good, so I'm sure they're picking wisely. Pay close attention when Lieutenant General McInerney speaks. And again, the True Great Awakening, misspelling his name. Okay. Joe Biden's team has inquired about an update about Ghislaine Maxwell and her case. Yeah. And yeah, so check out those data dumps. All right, my friends, my family, dear Lord, please watch over us this evening. Thank you for bringing us all together. Thank you for the gift of truth. Thank you for the gift of President Donald John Trump and his family, and the Q team, and all the Anons, the autists, the keyboard warriors, and the snedheads. And just please, Lord, watch over the military, the police, all those that are doing the difficult work to free us from this evil cabal and send us into this new age of accountability and justice. And we're so grateful for you, for the Holy Spirit, Jesus Christ, the Lord, the giver of life. Thy will be done. Please watch over all the snedheads that are having difficulty right now and strengthen them and wrap them in your loving arms. Thy will be done. Amen. Todd, Cindy, I'll say goodnight. So thank you for the wonderful evening. And you guys rock. I'll check in if I do post something on that. I might do something real quick here. I might go live and then be on the lookout for it. And please share. It'll literally be probably a few minutes long. And I'll I think I'm going to put something together right now on that. Okay. So yeah, look out for that here in the coming minutes. Okay. And I'm going to do it and get it out. Okay. Love you all. See you guys soon. Okay. Bye-bye.